Welcome in, everybody. I think we're live. We'll wait for Twitch to catch up, but I think we're live. Yep, we're live. Good deal. Hello. Welcome back to the table. It is an eventful Sunday this time around. For a multitude of reasons, I'm having a somewhat medieval weekend. So I thought I'd carry the theme through and play a medieval board game too. This is a big, crunchy, small box board game called the Anarchy. The Anarchy takes place in the 12th century, like 1135. This is a historical event that the game is attempting to capture, where there's this period of time where the king dies suddenly in England. And there is no clear heir to the throne. So the nephew swoops in and seizes control, even though the daughter asserts that maybe she should rule. Historically, the nephew fends off that succession claim. And that is the historical event that we are playing in. So we are attempting to maintain our seized crown and fight back against this successor daughter. And in so doing, thanks for the resub there, NetGod. Good deal. Thank you. And in so doing, what ends up happening in history is that there's about 18 years of straight anarchy in the kingdom as a result of this battle between the two parties vying for the crown. And that is where we find ourselves in this game, historically. This is a flip and write board game. I have the board covered at the moment because when you first look at this game, it can just be absolutely overwhelming. And that is unfortunate because it's actually much easier to parse than it first appears. So with that disclaimer out of the way, I'm happy to clear the rule book off the board and give you your first real look at the board. I know there's multiple videos out there that already covered this game, but for my purposes, you may not have ever seen this. And if I'm your first video or your first stream of this game, I just wanted to set that up because give it a moment to just, as I step through the sections, I'll try to do so quickly because this game can take a while to explain if I try to go super deep. And I'm not going to. I'm going to try to just cover the highlights, but I do want to at least talk about the sections of the player boards. There's actually 2 player boards. Both of them are just about as busy as the other. At the end of the day, this is your entire kingdom that you have in front of you, meaning everything from like, how do I build defenses around my castle? And how do I, I'll even just move the book over slightly so you can see the categories there. So we like the top 4 rows here are like, how do we build the gates, the towers, the walls, and the moat of our castle? The next 3 are around like, how do we actually generate goods to keep our castle alive and running? So we need a quarry and a forestry program. We need farming. We need training for our knights and our military. Not just that, we need to give our military tactics so that they can fend off people that might be raiding against our castle to try to get us routed out of our castle and get us out. And so instead of that, we're going to research things like cover so that if somebody's shooting a catapult at us, we can actually cover and defend against that incoming aerial attack. Rocks, so if somebody's coming through and we can just drop rocks on people. Hot oil, right? And because there's always that kill box as they're running through, is you're going to pour things on them. logs, bolts, right? These are all tactics in warfare that we're going to research, learn how to do, and then invest resources into actually like giving them the supplies necessary to actually execute those in combat. Later down the line here, we have our serfs, our craftsmen, materials, patrons. These are all things that help us to run the world, right? These are all things that generate things for us. These are all resource generation. At the end of every round, depending on how much we've invested in developing these categories down here, we'll generate people that will help us. We'll generate food, supplies, more military to help us fend off these attacks, and possibly even conduct our own attacks against other castles. So that's what these categories are here. We'll actually be able to increase our investment in these areas, which will generate more and more of those goods for us as we go. And finally, we're going to be kind of tracking how well we're doing, how loyal are our people, how brave are we, what's our influence in the kingdom, and how mighty are we. And as we go up in those tracks, each one of these that we tick off on the player board is a victory point. And then every single box we tick off, occasionally along those tracks, we'll get even more things unlocked. We'll get more people to help us. We'll get other benefits. And then finally down here at the bottom is called discontent. So the way this works is that your people have certain expectations of you. Like, for example, fending off this contest for the crown, and you need to go out and take down your enemies, or your people will not be satisfied with you, because they don't want to be in perpetual war, and they don't want to be fighting against this other claim to the crown in perpetuity. So go get it done, right? And also don't get killed in the process. So go out there, knock down your opponents, stay afloat when they come knocking on you. And if you manage to achieve that, your people will be content. And so there's a method of looking at how content they are at the end of every round. So with that in mind, understanding that this is a rows and sections, you have section 1, section 2, section 3, section 4, section 5, and then discontent. And then you have rows within each section. Now I will go ahead and just remove that, and you can get a feel for what we're talking about. So again, everything goes left to right, right? So we're going to be starting out over here on the left for, let's say, gates and towers and walls and moats. And we'll go along for a little while with the materials we have. And as we invest time and energy to build walls, towers, gates, and moats, we'll eventually get to a point where we can't really build any higher until we have cranes and other technology. So we need to spend some time in kind of inventing a small crane. And once we've invented a small crane, then we'll be able to build again for a little while until the walls get really, really tall again. Now we need an even bigger crane. So this is a large crane. And once we get our large crane, then we can finally build to the fullest height of our keep. So that's an example of where you can do some things without needing much. But then once you get to a certain level of sophistication, you need better technology than that. So that's an example of one thing we'll be doing. And as we research other things, we'll be giving them the supplies to conduct these defensive measures. And here is where we invest our money. So we start out in the center, and as we spend money to actually gain support for in these areas, then we'll actually be able to branch into these other sections and get benefits along the way, and even increase our production in these areas if we continue to invest. More importantly, and this is probably the key one, the bottom one down here acts a little bit differently. If you invest in this bottom section, then this is actually your technology track. This is like a tech tree, if you will. And so you're researching the ability to do it, and then later you're actually spending the resources to build it. So just because I come down here and I research ladders doesn't mean that I've spent time or spent the resources to actually make any ladders. So we're going to do that. We first and foremost, we've got to learn how to do it. Second of all, we have to make it. So that's what's going on here. And like I said, here we're just tracking our progress, how well we're doing, and then discontent is down here based on how well we are fending everybody off. This is one half of the player board, right? So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and scoochy slide it on over. Oh, old school, right? Okay. Okay, too far. We moved it too far. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Down. Great. So now this second player board is more like our the kind of government and the civilization, the culture of our people, right? So we invest and we spend some time establishing better governance practices. We spend time developing our warfare practices. We spend time and energy building our worship and our religion, and spending time there. And then finally, we have our entertainment and our culture, kind of our social culture. So if we spend time doing these categories, the more we spend time investing in these, the more advanced types of activities we can participate in on the rest of the board. An example might be in entertainment. I might unlock level 1, and that would let me do one type of event. But then if I go to level 2 or level 3, now suddenly I'm unlocking other types of events that I can also participate in. But only after I've spent some time doing that do I get access to those activities. So that's all absolutely true for the rest of this board as well. So with that, I'll move this out of the way. And these are those events. Everything's color coded. So governance type of activities are all in blue. So if I just spend a little bit of time in governance and I unlock this first step, then I can only build the building that relates to the number that I've unlocked. So this is unlock number 1, therefore I can build a small keep, right? Or if I go to level 2, I don't get anything for unlocking level 2. Everything you get back, all your rewards in the game have a white background. Let's just start there from a theme perspective. So anytime you see something with a white background, I'm going to earn that when I go there. So anyway, let's say I invested 2 steps in governance. Well, that wouldn't give me anything just for going there, but it would give me access to the small mint. So I might want to make a mint to start generating income for myself. And that might be something I gun for right away, just because income is good for unlocking other resources to help me. So I can start using money to invest. So, and then if I go to step 3, I don't really unlock a new building, but if I go to step 4, then I do, and I can get to the medium keep instead of the small keep. And there's benefits to doing all of those things. So that's just governance. And then Warcraft, we're actually spending time researching war tactics, like I talked about before, and building stables and other things of that nature. Worship, we're building larger and larger chapels. We're actually helping to train knights, and we're holding a St. Valentine's festival possibly, where we're actually trying to encourage pairings of people. Then down here in entertainment, we're holding tournaments. We're investing in developing our brew house. And we might even do a little Michaelmas or even a Lammas festival, right? So those are all things that we can spend some time doing to help make our people happy. So there's benefits to doing all of these things. You gain things for doing all of these things. But why are we doing this? And how are we actually tracking what happens in the world? Like we are in where we find ourselves is like I said earlier, is we're dealing with this anarchy. We're trying to put down this threat to the throne, to the crown, essentially, because we're trying to resolve this contest between two people that say that they have rights to the crown. So that means we're going to be raided by people. We're also going to be conducting our own raids, and that is demonstrated by this part of the board. So this is there's kind of 2 things going on. There's 5 rounds in the game. So we're going to be moving from left to right on this top board. So, yeah. And in fact, I forgot to put out some markers, so I'm going to dig them out right now so we can do that. Give me a moment. Put out a couple of markers here to keep track of things. But what happens is your people expect you to go out and attack and take down your king's opponents, your new king's opponents. That's these 5 castles here. If we spend less time investing in going out and doing that, eventually our people will just grow discontented with us, and it will become harder and harder to conduct these raids because we'll fall behind and they will become more powerful than us. So we'll have to spend more and more energy conducting these raids. So we don't want to fall behind. We want to keep up with our opponent so that we can potentially come out on top. I'm playing green. My opponent will be red. And if we do can successfully take down this castle, then we will gain a reward for that, and several other rewards as well. And then for that, we'll flip over and then we'll track our progress towards the end. Whether we raid or not, our opponent's marker will progress down these cards. So to mark how far behind we have gone. And once we get to the end of 5 rounds, the game is over, whether we've raided all of these castles or not. Now, what I also said is we're being raided by our opponents as well. So that is shown by the top row here. And what happens is at the beginning of the game, I believe, and I'll double check this, there are 2 cards that come out here, and they come out in this kind of starting slot, and then this first slot here. And then next round, the 2 cards will be here. The third round, they'll be here. The 4th round will be here, and the 5th round will be here. So there's always 2 cards out, and they just shift down. And by the end, we'll be over here. Now you'll notice underneath each of these slots, there's a little eyeball symbol. The first 2 slots are the eye is open, and the 3rd slot and the 4th slot, sorry, the 2nd slot and the 4th slot are eyeballed closed. What that means is you will see imperfect information. Essentially, you won't get a bit of like the full story of what's coming your way. You know they're planning an attack against you, but you're not 100% sure how that attack is going to manifest. There are things you can research in the game to get that information, to go gather that intelligence. In effect, you are, and they actually call it that on the board, you can develop spies. And if you develop spies, they will go out and get you that information so you know how to plan against that attack in detail. If you don't have the spies, well, you're going to have to make some educated guesses. And there's ways to move your people around to fend off that attack, but you may not be as successful because you don't have good military intelligence. So that's that. And then every round, we're going to flip over 2 cards and we're going to choose between them. And that's going to tell us what resources we're going to gain every round. But in this game, there's a version of this game, kind of the predecessor to this game called Hadrian's Wall, where this was not the case. But this is the new version of the game. And this card, when you flip it over, you're not just picking the resources you get for the round, the base resources you're getting for the round, but you're also choosing an endgame scoring condition. So you get to pick what additional endgame scoring bonuses you can possibly unlock, but it's married to the resources that you get for that round. So you're making kind of 2 choices in one. Is the endgame scoring ability better? Is it kind of okay that I take a substandard loadout of gear for the endgame scoring that I think will benefit me more? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just you need the resources and, you know, it is what it is. And so you're just going to sacrifice those endgame scoring conditions for the sake of kind of the initial immediate need that you need right now. And then the last thing is our keep itself. That's this little board here. These pieces are the actual castle pieces that will go onto a castle board. So as we invest in towers and in walls and in gates and moats, those will be tracked on this board using these pieces. And as we upgrade them, these pieces will be flipped to denote their strength. So at the beginning, they're strength 1, which means they're low. They're kind of, you know, they're just a slight barrier, something to slow people down a little bit, but they're not at their full height. They're not fully built yet. So you're going to show that kind of growth of the keep as you get higher and higher and you build higher and higher. The walls will get taller and taller and be better and better for you defensively. The moat will get deeper and deeper, more and more water, so on. So, that's about the lay of the land. I think the rest of this is stuff we can get into in more and more detail as we go. I am going to be kind of learning the game a bit more than usual. Let me slide this over here and I'll turn off my top view. Because this game, I'll be honest, has kind of intimidated me. It's got a fairly high weight rating, but it is extremely intuitive. And I love Hadrian's Wall. So I'm cautiously optimistic that I'll get through it just fine. And I understand the core tenets of it. But I've kind of just said, you know what, let's just rip the Band-Aid off and go. Which means I'm going to have to kind of flip through the book and learn a little bit. That first round, like I mentioned, and as usually the case for me, will be a little slow and clunky. But I understand the core swings of the game. I'm not no stranger to this type of game at all, so I have no doubt that we'll get through it rather painlessly. But on the back of the book, I will mention is a handy dandy iconography reference chart. So the different color meeples we have: yellow are serfs, black are craftsmen, white are patrons, or they're kind of silvery gray, are patrons, red are soldiers, and blue are knights. So we'll talk about how they can be used. You can use certain types of them to, like soldiers and knights, and I think even craftsmen. I'm not sure. No, just soldiers and knights. You can use both soldiers and knights for defense and for offense, of course. If you're using them to defend, I guess this is true for anything. You can use craftsmen to defend as well. So craftsmen can be used for defense. They can't be used for offense. I'm just rereading some of the details. And those will defend against 1 point of attack each. Knights will defend against 2 points of attack each. So knights are better, but harder to get. And you don't necessarily want to be spending craftsmen to do defense. But hey, last ditch effort, everybody grabs a weapon and joins the fight. So if that's the case, you might be sacrificing your craftsmen to the cause. But ideally, you want to use soldiers or knights. That's their whole purpose. So, yeah, the rest of this is pretty easy. Like wood, I'm going to refer to materials as wood because it's just easier to say. It's faster to say. But they're materials. They're just meant to denote what kinds of crafting materials you need in order to build something. Silver, money. Food is just represented by a loaf of bread, but it's any kind of food. You might see this symbol in miniature. It's any one of those three. Yeah. The rest of this is stuff we'll get into as we go, but this is something I'm going to be keeping an eye on as well. So I'm just going to double check. I'm going to give you this round card to read while I am looking for something. You should be able to read that, at least decently enough. Let me find the solo stuff real quick. Where are you? There probably isn't much to that. I should mention the game comes with 2 different modes. There's the classic game mode, which is what we're playing today, and then there's also siege mode. And so I don't even know the difference, frankly, between classic and siege. But I believe siege mode is somewhat simpler because it removes some of the rules for attacking enemy castles, it says here. Or it removes all of the rules for attacking enemy castles. All right, that's fair enough. But I like a classic mode. I like to understand how they intended to play the game. And yeah. Oh, yeah. So in terms of replayability, there is a ton in this game. See these cards here? These cards have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. You can't see that. You can't see those cards here. So these cards up here, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the corners of the cards here. Those are just some of a fairly large deck of cards, and there is a ton of scenarios in the game. There's an entire campaign mode, which is, let me see if I can get the book here. This is the campaign book. It's actually pretty beefy. There's a lot you can't see. You'll come over here. There's a lot in this book. And you can step through and play a pretty lengthy solo campaign. It actually kind of adjusts the game in small ways and makes it more interesting and a little bit different to play out every single time. But this whole book is just an entire whole different way to play the game. You can play classic mode, you can play siege mode, and you can play the entire solo campaign. And there's some pretty radically different cards that change the gameplay the further you get into the campaign. So there's no shortage. Even though you might catch the core puzzle and feel good about that rather quickly, there's no shortage of variability in the Anarchy. This game is going to keep you busy for quite some time, especially if you want to play the campaign. And of course, there's different levels of difficulty with each of those modes as well. Easy, normal, and hard for all three, I think. So, yeah. Okay. Let me just triple check that I have set up those cards correctly. Pretty sure I have. Round one example. Oh, okay. Looks like I was a little wrong. You know how I mentioned that these cards will come out and then they'll move down? No, it's cumulative. So we start here, and then round two we'll have 3 cards. Round 3 we'll have 4 cards, and so on. So by the end, we're going to be fighting 6 cards worth of attackers. So we better get to work. That's what that tells me. Okay. It was these castles here that were working down. You can't see that either. It was these cards are going to be stepping down, or growing in cumulative fashion. We're going to be growing, adding more and more threat to our board every round. So we're going to get stronger, but we're also going to have to fend off more of an attack every round. These cards, though, we're going to be flipping them over. So we're going to be working our way systematically down that as we go. So this was the one we're kind of progressing down. This one is the one that is increasing in threat throughout the rest of the game. So, totally fine. Everything's good here. Yeah, okay. So let's walk through our initial setup. I have done all of everything except for drawing our first set of resource cards. I'm sure they call them something specific, but I'll do that now. So I deal the required attack cards. I did that before we started. I'll talk through how they work in just a moment. Now, draft new path cards. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Okay. Great. Let me quickly grab, there we go. Okay. Production. Path cards. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Path cards. If you're playing, okay. Review. Okay. So that's the other thing I should mention is we talked about how this marker here is going to be tracking progress along this path, and it's going to be harder for us to raid and conduct raids on our opponents. There's one other thing that this does. If we are falling behind and we're not keeping pace with our opponent, then we have less choice every round with these path cards. Normally, if we are keeping pace, we draw 2 and pick 1. If we are falling behind, we have fewer choices. We have to just draw 1 and take what we get. Right now, at the start of the game, we get to draw 2 because we're both on an equal footing. But I need to be thinking about staying up with him along the way, or I'm going to end up with less choices, which I don't want. So for my first game, I'm probably going to not neglect these. You could push your luck, I'm sure, and invest in other things, but I'm going to be pushing pretty hard to make sure that I keep up with my opponent, just because I want as much choice as I can get. So since that's the case, we're going to draw our first 2 path cards, and we're going to choose one of them. And so off the top of the deck, these are all been shuffled, of course. We have Defender, and we have Bellwether. And I'm going to ignore the resources for a moment. Let's just look at the endgame scoring options. If we, at the end of the game, if we take Defender, we're going to be graded on the amount we've constructed, the amount of walls we've constructed, and the sophistication of them. So if we have built walls or upgraded walls a total of 6 times, we'll get 1 victory point. 11 times, we'll get 2 victory points. And 16 times, we'll get 3 victory points. So if we do 16 times, we have 4 wall segments, and you can have a total of 4 upgrades per wall. So that's 4, 4, 4, 4, 16. So max victory points we can gain is 3, and only if we fully upgrade all 4 of our walls. Easier said than done. Or with Bellwether, we're going to be graded on how much influence we've managed to accumulate throughout the game. That is done by things like building chapels and spies and what else do we get influence? If we go really high on our governance track, researching ramparts and tactics will give us some influence at the end of those tracks. There's other places it's scattered around, but yeah. So I'm thinking we might want to consider going for influence over constructed walls because, again, I'm not going to be spending as much time on developing my keep as I am making sure that I'm attacking and raiding. But I can't neglect that either because we're going to have 6 cards worth of offensive guys coming at us at the end of the last round. So I'm going to need an awful lot of guys to fight that off if I don't have good defenses. So that's going to be a part of that too. But I don't think I'm going to be going hardcore into building a ton of defenses, just enough to keep this manageable. So I'm going to pick influence. Another reason to do that is I get more of these guys. You know, here I'm getting 3 craftsmen, 3 serfs, which are yellow, 3 patrons, and 4 wood, as opposed to the same, like less wood, but more patrons and less craftsmen. I want to build a lot early on. And you do that primarily by having craftsmen and materials, of course. So Bellwether, I think, is where we're going to go. Okay, so we'll go Bellwether. And so what ends up happening now is we take those starting resources. And so we get 3. I'm going to go ahead and put them just here on my little castle defense cheat sheet. And we'll make it a little easier to see how many resources we've got accumulated. So we start the game, and I'm just picking stuff out of the tray here that the card is giving us. We're going to spend these and put them back as we go. These are just to help us remember what we've got access to. And then we've got wood. I just dropped a wood, and I don't want a critter to eat it, so I'm going to go grab it. Okay. All right. Back into the fray. So now we've got 4 wood. Very nice. And then 3 patrons. Okay. So not bad. Didn't come with any coinage, but that's all right. We can work with it. At least I don't think. Maybe we start with some cash. Do we? We might. Player setup. Yep. Great. Grand. Ship it. Main board. Money. Okay. Don't see that anybody gets any cash. No cash. Alrighty. That's right. There's ways to get money, which maybe we invest in. We shall see. Oh, that's not true. We do start with a little bit of money. So now that we've taken care of what the path card gives us, this now becomes a little tracker for the end game scoring ability. So what we do is we come up here and we take that first card and we slot it underneath this board so that only its little scoring capability is visible. So now this is just a quick reminder as to what we're going to be graded on at the end of the game beyond just the basics. Okay. Now that we've taken our path card and its benefits, now we go through what our civilization here is generating for us. Well, at the start of the game, these things are filled in by default. So all of these dots represent one production of those items. So in this case, I would get 1 serf, which is represented by a yellow meeple. So we get 1 serf. We get 1 material, which is a wood. Again, these are the defaults that everybody gets. 1 silver, so there's my first money. Cool. And then 1 food. And by the way, food, if you don't feed your people, discontent. So don't forget to feed your people. And you need more and more food as the game goes on. For example, you can see that here. This first round, I need to feed 1 food, but again, this is cumulative. So second round, I'll need 2 food and so on. So I need to be careful that I keep enough food on hand that I don't, starve my people. Okay, where was I? I got to silver. Food, and then let's see, I got one food. No, I got that food from here. Okay, good. And then 2 soldiers, red. 2 soldiers. Cool. Nice. All right. And then no knights because we're not that fancy yet. Okay. That's a lot of stuff. We're going to get a lot of done in this first round, maybe. We'll see how it goes. So one thing that we need to look at as in terms of deciding what to do first is we need to look up here and we need to look at what kind of attacks are coming our way. So what we have is we have somebody coming in with what appears to be a ballista. Am I correct that that's what that is? You're not going to list that on this, are you? I believe it's a ballista. Yeah. Let's look at ballista for a moment. These are... Where are you? There you are. Ah, yes. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Yes, it is a ballista. So that's a ballista, which means we have we have a ballista regiment coming our way, and they're going to be trying to attack our towers, or attack us, but we can defend by having towers. That's why they're colored in. So we need to build towers in order to defend against this ballista. And I believe they're attacking us with this. I'm going to double check that. But I think it's a ballista attack. Where is that symbol? Let me just quickly read the anatomy of one of these cards out because I don't want to get it wrong. I want to make sure we're right because we're going to doing this a lot throughout the rest of the game. So, yeah. Aha, here we are. Yes, very good. Right. Ballista attacks on 2 opposing sides. Defend with towers, bolts, and workers. Okay, yeah, so I need crossbow bolts. Got it. If I have crossbow bolts, I can use them. That's what basically that says. Note that towers are situated on corners of the castle and therefore can be used to defend against either of the 2 sides that they adjoin to. Yeah, because they're on the corners. So you'll notice on the castle board, there's little white lines on the edges here on the corners. That's to denote that any defense that we have on the edges of this board only apply to that edge. A knight can't defend the entire castle at the same time. It can defend the side it's assigned to, right? But our fortifications also apply the same way. So if we have a wall here, that's a wall facing that way. Not a wall that's going to help me over here. I need to build a wall on that side, obviously. So we have 4 sides. Towers do help add defense to both sides that they're adjoining to. That's what they mean. So, yeah. Oh, well, by the way, also, we're going to be fortifying our gate and our moat. And there are dice we're going to be placing. Or not dice, little pieces we'll add to track that. So, if we look at our first attacker, we know that the ballista is going to be attacking from the north and the south sides, basically the gate and the back wall. We can defend a little bit by building up our towers, by spending a little bit of resources to arm them with bolts, and then just by simply assigning, meat shields to those sides of the castle. This says it is a brutal attack, if I'm right. Is that the word I'm looking for? Strong attack. And what that means is, if we look on the back of our card, of our little hint card here, or player aid rather, we're going to look at ballista, right? And this is a ballista attack. So this is the strong column. One of the attacks normally, if this wasn't a strong card, both attacks would be a 1 point on the. So how do I put this? Let's look on this first card. See how it says A, B, C, D, E? If we look on the ballista card here, normally it's B and C. So both sides, on this card, B and C are both 1. So both sides would just be 1 point worth of attack. A pretty light attack that we can defend against pretty easily. But because it is a strong attack, it's A and B instead. So one of the attacks will be a 2 and the other attack will be a 1. And that you can tell by the letters on the attack. So it says A, B. So the attack coming towards us from the bottom end will be a 2. I'm going to have to defend for 2 on the bottom end. And then the B attack will be a 1, so it's a little bit lighter. But we gain, I believe, bravery. I think I could be wrong, but we gain something if we fend off a strong attack. So that's not a bad thing. It's just, and it's also not bad that it's happening early on, because these attacks only get stronger as we get further in. So maybe we just get a little cheap upgrade out of this. So that tells us a little bit about what we have to do here. And then this one, we only have 1 attack. It is a siege tower, I want to say. Yeah, it's a siege tower. They're going to bring a siege tower against us. And the only way we can defend against it, you notice none of the castle parts are built up here. There's only one way to defend against that siege tower, and that's to actually have a battering ram, y'all. So either that or throw humans at it to go raid the thing. So yeah, yes, thank you. 1 bravery, excellent. Yes, I know you can't read the book. I was reading the book, or trying to. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, it's fine. No, here's the thing. As you probably found if you have the PDF open by now, most of the stuff is just like helping you answer questions. It's more of a reference material. The actual game rules itself are like maybe 15, 20 pages tops. The rest of it's like just detailing out how the actions work. So, yeah, so anyway, we need to either throw a bunch of meat at this problem or research and build a battering ram. Now, the good news is, if we look on the main board here, we start with 1 of each, of like cover or bolts or whatever, but we don't start with the extra stuff. We don't have battering rams. We do have bolts. I can spend 1 bolt, but then I'm out. I need to research it and actually produce more bolts if we want to keep doing that. But for the beginning of the game, you start with a little bit of something. But I still need to get good at making bolts if I want to keep doing it. But regardless, yeah. So we have a little bit of something, but we don't have a battering ram. Is that the battering ram that they're saying? No, it's not. What is that? It's a different symbol. I thought it was a battering ram. What is that symbol? Castle defense. Ah, here we are. Battering ram. No, siege tower. Attacks 1 of the 4 sides. Defend with moats, logs, and workers. Oh, that's why the moat is in color while the other one isn't. I misread that. So yeah, we got to build our moat up so the siege tower can't reach our walls. Yeah, that's what that means. That makes sense. And we can defend with logs. Oh, logs. Okay, I see it. Logs are here. It's right there. Okay. So we do have logs. So we have logs and we have bolts to start the game. Got it. Cool. All right, so we know what's coming our way. We have good intelligence. We're going to have to deal with both of those at the end of the round. We have a load of resources to start our development. Now, how do we want to do this? Well, I like money because money is used to do research to get access to these fun things. So we could spend some time in governance. In fact, I'll slide this over slightly. See, I know that the words are going away, but you could kind of get this feeling here. That way you could get a feel. I could do some governance, which would unlock the mint, or at least the small mint, which would generate more silver. We'd get 2 silver every round if we get the mint built. We could... We have 1 food. I feel like what we should do is try to get our moat upgraded. Maybe moat. I think to do that, we need to spend 2 yellow or a red, because that's what this says to do. So that's moat, yellow or red dudes. So that would be serfs or soldiers. So I need to spend 1. I wouldn't get anything for the first investment, but the second one I would get wood and 1 moat upgrade. So I could take, for example, these 2 and put them over here to do that. That's a lot. I'm hesitant to use my soldiers because I'm going to probably need them for defense. So much so that what I think I'm going to do is take my 2 soldiers and put them out on the board here to try to remind myself that I'm going to allocate them. So they're out there. I can choose to, I'm not locked into that until the end, but for now, I'll put them out there as a reminder. It could also build my walls. Now, to build walls, I'm not spending serfs to do that. I'm spending craftsmen and resources. Those I have. So I could do something like that to get walls built. But we don't want walls. We want towers right now. So we might as well do this instead. It's the same cost. We would get 1 tower built, and we would get an additional patron. Why don't we do it twice? We could do it twice and then get 2 towers built, which would help us. And then we could build the moat. Yeah. I like it. I would love to do the moat twice, but I don't have 4. I could invest all 4 of my serfs and get both levels of the moat done. That's a lot. I could be using those to do a lot of other things. So let's start with that, though. Let's do all of that. So what we're going to do, I'll move these aside for a second. Let's do the towers first, just for the sake of easiness. So we're going to spend a pair of craftsmen and materials each. We're going to do it twice. But the first thing first is it says I gain a tower and I gain a patron. So we're going to take that patron. We're going to put it here. We're going to mark off the patron that we got that. And then the tower section, we're going to turn on the player board view. And we're going to take our first tower. Now it says the attacks are coming from north and south. So we'll put this tower here. It's only a level 1, but that's fine. It's a level 1, so we'll do that. And that's because I'm putting it down here because the heavier attack is coming from the south here. The B attack is only 1. So we'll put our new tower there. Okay, so then back here, I'll go ahead and mark that we got that tower. And now the next thing I'm going to do is do it again. So now I'm going to spend another set of those resources, and I'm going to get another tower. So we're going to mark this next tower off as well. And now I will put that, where will I put that? Part of me thinks I should put it here so that I can put my soldier up here. If I do that, then these 2 will defend for 1 each because they're at level 1 each. And that would be a 2 attack coming from the south, right? And then B, this will defend for 1 against a 1 attack, and that will be that. So that's pretty cool. And then that's great. Let's plan on that so far. I like it. So we'll do that. And now I'm gonna do I spend 2 to get the moat? I think I better do that. So I'm going to spend 2 of my serfs, and we're going to do this twice. So we're going to mark this box off 1, which doesn't get me anything. The second one is a wood. I'll take the wood before I forget to take the wood. So now I have a little bit more wood. And I will get 1 level of moat. Okay, so back to here, I will take my moat die and I will put it in the water at level 1 to denote that we have water level 1 in our moat. And because this is a level 2 attack, I'm going to have 1 defense in moat and 1 defense with my soldier, which will resolve that attack as well. So now I should be covered for the incoming attack. Great. Here's one problem. No, actually, we'll go back here. There's one problem. You see this? I need to raid this castle this round. At the end of this round, we're going to raid. When we do that, it might even just be whenever we choose to do it. I don't know. But it costs me a food. Well, I have to pay 1 food to my people. I only have 1 food. Oh, I need to get more food. Well, let's see. I think we invest in our farming. Yeah. If we invest 3 times in our farming, we'll produce more food every round. I don't have enough people, enough serfs to do that this round, but it will give me an extra food if I do that. But wait, there's more. I could build a small stable that would increase our influence, which we need for our end game scoring. That's a good thing. But more importantly, it will give us a food, you can't see that. I'll scoot over so you can see this a little bit better. If we look at the small stable here, I would have to spend 3 of my patrons to get to level 3 in Warcraft. That's a lot, but doing so would give me an influence. Building the small stables would give me an influence. And it would cost me a craftsman and some materials. And it would cost me either a serf or a soldier to actually build the stables. One is to actually research the stables, the other one is to build it. But once I build it, I would get a food, I would get a money, and I would get a knight. And it would be the black, it would unlock the black horse symbol. I'm not exactly sure where those come into play, but it would unlock that symbol, I believe. I'll research that symbol if we get there. But I could do this. That would be a lot of investment into Warcraft right away. But not a whole lot of long-term return there, except for that black horse symbol. So I'm going to research that right now so I don't write sheet actions. Let's get to warfare. Yeah. Tournaments. So we're down in Lammas already. Festivals, tactics. There we are. A player has access to their black horse. What do you use for black horses? It's cool that you get access to your black horse, but what do you do with it? Oh, you need it for certain events, for certain sieges later. So let's look up here. I see it. I can't even conduct this raid unless I have access to my black horse, because that's one of the requirements for conducting this raid. I also need a catapult, by the way. Should be thinking about that. And then the next raid, same thing, but then I need to have the upgraded stable before I get to the end here. So one way or the other, I've got to build it. Is it the thing to build right now? I could just spend 1 serf to get 1 food and be a little bit towards upgrading my farms, which I think is probably a wise move. Hmm. So we're attacking both of these. That's to your earlier question. We have to defend against both of these attacks in one round. And the next round, we're going to add a third card and a fourth card and whatnot. So both of these are happening this first round, not just one. All right. Let's see. I'm going to go the easy route because I want to get some other stuff done. Namely, I need to get ladders unlocked, so I can't spend both of my yellow doing extra things. So let's come back over here and take a look at, keep going. There we go. Okay. Let's come over here. We're going to spend one of our dudes at the farm, and that takes care of that. So we get one extra bread. That's good. We need that for our raid. So I'll take one food. I'll put it over here to remind ourselves that we need to pay for food. So now we have a food, and we're one step closer to upgrading our farms and producing more food. That's good. And then we need to, then what we'll do is we'll come here and we'll spend $1. We're going to spend our $1. That's gone. And we will invest in our serfs. So now we'll get an extra serf back for investing there. But more importantly, what that does is it unlocks these 3 white boxes. So these are researches. These are areas of research in Siegecraft that we can start to research. So I'm going to immediately spend the craftsman and wood and resources and materials to research ladders. So I'm going to spend those 2 to research ladders. Put a little dot there to remind ourselves we did that. Now we've researched it, but we haven't actually built any ladders. Or have we? I don't think we have. I think we still have to. Oh, no. No. Okay, I see. I think I don't get to do this second step yet because I don't have 2 money. I only have 1 money. So I need to pull back my resources and I need to not research ladders. Yeah, that's the problem. I only went 1 step. I went the first step on yellow. Now I've unlocked these, but I don't have the money to keep researching. So I need to make some money. Where can I quickly make some money? I can make some money over here in worship. The very first step in worship, and I have the patrons to do it, gives me an extra money. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to spend a patron for the first step in worship, which gives me an extra money. So we'll give ourselves an extra money back. Now we have the money. We're going to go ahead and spend that money over here, and now we will research ladders. That's what we did wrong. And now we will spend our craftsmen and our wood to produce ladders. So now we know how to make ladders. And in so doing, we gain an increase in might for the rest of the game. So that's our first point on the board, is in might. Okay, so now we have 1 in might over here. It's 1 point, and the next 1 in might we'll get another patron. But for now, we have ladders unlocked. So I'll mark that we received this might, just as a reminder that we did that. Okay, so we now have enough to conduct this siege of our opponent up here. This first one can be done. Now I'm going to quickly look to see if I can do that now, or does it happen after? It probably happens after. No, that's castle defense. So I think it might be happening whenever I want it to. When do we? And if anybody knows the answer to this, please spit it out. I'm happy to take an answer if you know. I'm just looking right now. When do we actually conduct this first raid? Round start, draft new paths cards, deal new attack cards. Right. Actions, building, yeah, great. Tracks, prepared tactics, fortifications, did all that. The wealth wheel, that's what they call this area where we're spending money. Enemy castles defeated, yeah. Great, I know all this. Attacking Emily castles. Aside from the actions already explained across the left and right sheets, players may also take an action to attack the current round's enemy castle. That's what I shall do. Note that this action is only possible if the chosen scenario is using tents. Yeah, I did that. Players cannot attack multiple enemy cards in the same round. No, I know that too. In order to attack an enemy castle, players must discard workers to produce strength equal to or greater than the enemy's castle defenses. No problem. Oh, I see. Oh, interesting. That's a problem. Okay. Well, that's what they're talking about. This right here is their strength. So, I need dudes. I need dudes in a bad way. What can I do about that? Well, I can invest in Warcraft and get a soldier. I could get more money and spend them on soldiers. I need 4. So I either need a knight, which I can't just buy. Oh, no, I can. I can buy a knight. They're called allies. Your allies will send you knights. Interesting. Or I can hire mercenaries, which are the soldiers. So I need $3. Can I get $3? How in the world am I going to get $3? I can get 1 by going to governance. So I'll scoot over here and turn this off. So, yeah. So here's where we are here. So I could spend 1, go to governance, get $1 that way. I could, where else can I get money? Not many places early on. I might be a little buggered. Well, that's not entirely true. I do have 2 knights out, or two soldiers out there. I could just get $1 and hire 1 knight from one of our allies. And then take 2 discontent from the castle defense because I'll be inadequately defended. But I can offset that by earning joy later. So you can placate the masses by giving them joy, doing entertainment, for example. That might be a way to avoid total calamity here. But I think going 1 step on Warcraft is pragmatic. I can spend a patron on Warcraft. Yeah. Well, that would give me 1 soldier. So I'll just do that. That's an easy, silly thing to do. No problem. Okay, done. I could spend a patron over here in governance, which would unlock the small keep, but I don't have craftspeople on hand to build the small keep. Could I solve that? Maybe. But yeah, let's spend a guy on governance. So we'll do that, and that will give us another coin. We need that to hire the knight. So that's a coin, but we're in 1 step in governance now. We technically can build the small keep, but I don't have a worker, a craftsman, to build it. but I'm going to anyway. And here's why. Let's take a look at the small keep. It gives you a lot. Long story short. The right side, look at the small keep. There we go, keeps. Ah. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll still get a knight for that investment, but I'll get the keep out of it. So here's how it works. If I look at the small keep, I'll scoot over so you can see that. There you go. The small keep here, I only have one patron left, but the first step, the first reward, if I spend the patron on the small keep, the first step in building the keep is I get a knight out of it. So rather than just spending the money to get the knight from an ally, I'm going to spend the money on a guildsman to get in the guildsman to get a craftsman because I have spare wood. So let's get the keep built, which increases my influence. It's a better use of my money. So that's what I'll do. I'm going to, can you see that whole thing? Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. So I'm going to, because I went one step in governance, I have access to the small keep now. I'm going to spend the $1 I have over here in the guildsman to get a guildsman. I have spare lumber, so I'm going to give the materials and that new craftsman to start building this small keep. That earns us 1 influence. So on our influence track over here, I'll mark 1 influence. That's another point for us at the end of the game. Okay, now back to here. Well, every time we spend a patron at the small keep, we get to check the next box off. The first box being a knight. So I'm going to spend my last patron at the small keep that I just built, and I get 1 knight. Cool. So there's our knight. All right. Now, we have 3 might, 3 strength worth of units. We have a knight and a soldier. We're going to have to take one of our guys off of defense and take a discontent. But that's okay. We'll take 1 discontent instead of 2. What? Oh, yes, I did. I did spend it. Thank you. Yes, so I think we're going to go ahead and attack the enemy castle. We have unlocked ladders, and it requires 1 bread and ladders and 4 strength. So we are going to fight off. Oh, I think we're going to be all right, folks. I think we're going to be okay. Watch. So notice I can use logs to defend against this siege tower, and I start the game with 1 log. And it's only a, oh, I see. Yeah, I'll take 1. I would be 1 short. So yeah, I see what's happening here. Ooh. But if I leave him here and take this guy here instead, I'm 1 short from defending against both of these attacks, but I can use my bolts, and I do have 1 bolt. That's all I need is 1. So I'll take the guy off of here and I'll use a bolt instead. That's cool. Okay, so that'll take care of that. All right, so now I have my 4. I've got 2 from 1 knight, and I got 1 each from 2 soldiers. That's a total of 4. So we'll come back over here, and I'll just quickly just denote that I've assigned 4 dudes worth of assault army on this castle, and I need to give it a bread, so I've given it a bread as well. So now I've given it a bread, I've unlocked ladders, and I've given it 4 force to attack. I believe I have met the conditions necessary to complete that raid. Quickly double checking that I'm not missing anything, because again, this is the first time I've done one of these. Tournaments. Lamas. There we go. Aha. Must discard workers to produce the strength equal to or greater than the enemy's castle defenses. Done that. They must also discard the indicated food. Done that. I don't have the need for anything other than ladders, but I have the ladders. If they can meet all these demands, they move their tent to the enemy's castle space. Oh, God. Here we go. Okay, so I go here. Okay. And gain the indicated reward above. This includes any bravery and might from that space and resources from the plunder tile. Oh. Yeah, it looks that way. That's all right. Because there's things I can do with that. So we might do something with it anyway. I don't mind it. I probably could have been a bit more efficient, but that's right. I needed to invest in my farms anyway. Okay. Okay, wait. Indicated awards above. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so. Well, maybe. Hold on. What you mean indicated? Okay, there we go. Yeah, right. Right. Uh-huh. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to do with that number. So here's what I'm looking at. At the top here, it says I'm going to gain bravery, but it says 2. Does that mean I get 2 bravery? I think that's what that means. In fact, I'm happy to take 2 bravery because that's what it kind of looks like. If I go down the line, it says 3 bravery and 1 might, 4 bravery and 1 might, 4 bravery and 2 might. So I feel like that's just 2 bravery. I'm on page 25, by the way, if you're looking at the book. Yeah. I'm going to go with that. I can erase it. If you find a different answer, let me know. But I'm nearly certain that's what that is. So I'm going to get 2 bravery. Great. Knock off 2 there. So I've marked those on my sheet. And just because it's the first time we've done it, you can see here, I've got 2 marks in bravery. They're a little light. I'll make them a little bigger. Okay. 2 marks in bravery. And then the first thing that gives me is another surf. Cool. All right. And so, yes, exactly. Okay. So then we got our 2 bravery and the benefit for doing that. We get 2 money and a bread. Cool. So 2 money and a bread. All right. So now what can we do here? Well, we can continue to unlock things. So it's not a bad thing. We're going to need to unlock a couple things. I have 2 wood. So I'm kind of thinking we might just spend both of them on 2 more guildsmen and get 2 things built, if I can. Ramparts, interesting. I don't know why I would spend any money on that. Well, I could also get, what is that, ballista? I'm going to need ballista next round, so I could research ballista for 1 money, hire a guildsman for 2 money, and then spend that guildsman in a wood to make a ballista for next round. Let's hold that thought. Let's spend the bread first. See how it all comes out. So we're going to scoop.
What did he say?
What? Oh, you're right. You're totally right. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll come over here to the bolts and we will mark that off that we used the bolt. We don't have that anymore. Good call. Good call. Thanks for the catch. Okay, so we're going to scoot over here and we're going to look at entertainment. You can't really see all of that, so I'll keep going. Aha. Okay. All right. So entertainment, I need a patron, which I don't have. That's a bummer. Where else can I get entertainment from? I can't spend anything in entertainment because I don't have a patron. I could get a patron, but then I'd have a spare knight for no reason. That's not entirely true, though. Where else can I get a patron? I could fortify. That would give me a patron. I could spend a money to get a guildsman and then build either a gate or a wall, which you need to do. You have to do that. And that would gain me a patron for doing that, which I could then spend to unlock level 1 of entertainment, which would then let me use my bread to throw a party. On the other hand, I could. Do I have enough? I don't think I do have enough. Okay. I like this plan. This is a good plan. All right, look at this. Look at worship. At level 2 of worship, I gain access to building the small chapel. If I build the small chapel, which requires a guildsman and some materials, I then gain an influence right away. But then on top of that, I unlock the ability to train my own knights by spending patrons and turning them into, basically using patrons to train a knight. Interesting. And from the rest of the game, the more I spend time and energy in worship, the more I upgrade worship, the more I can make more knights. That doesn't suck. So I would only be able to make one knight, but I could do that starting next round, which I'm going to need an extra knight later anyway. That would give me a quick path to getting a knight without having to spend money to do it. And I have the possibility of gaining an extra soldier along the way. And there's a possibility I might even begin to get so good at training knights that I just start producing knights every round. But I would need to spend some time in here because I need to draw 3 cards in order to do that. I'll get into that. We haven't talked about that mechanic yet. And I can only start drawing 3 cards at level 6 of worship. So I need to get all the way out here. So it's definitely an investment. But by the end of the game, I might be producing at least 1 knight every round, possibly 2 knights every round. That's a lot to invest. Not especially, since it's possible that I could hold a tournament, and if I win the tournament, then I get a knight. No, I get a knight anyway. I think if I hold a tournament, I get a knight, and then I see if I win the tournament. This is cheaper. Tournaments are cheaper. And I can unlock my first tournament at level 1, and I could do it again at level 2. I think I like tournaments for this, for now anyway. I might come up here and do that, but for now I need the knights, so I could spend some bread. I do have spare bread, so I can still hold that tournament. Okay. Let's build a wall. Let's build a wall. I think we'll build a wall. Okay. All right. So we'll start by building a wall. We have some wood, we have money, so we're going to spend 1 money. We're going to hire another guildsman. We have that guildsman now, it's right there. And we're going to spend those 2 resources, 1 wood and a guildsman that I just got, or craftsman rather. And we're going to build a wall, which is here. So we get 1 wall. So first and foremost, come here. I'm going to go ahead and put it opposite my towers because I got some defense on that side. I don't have any defense on the other side at all. So I'm going to do that. It won't help me for these first 2 attacks, but it will help me later. We'll build that wall there. And then, so that's this first knock. And then we get a patron, which is one of the whole reasons for doing that. Then we'll come over here and we'll spend that patron on entertainment. So we now unlock level 1 of entertainment. Gives us a wood that unfortunately we lose. I think we're going to lose because I don't have a way to spend it. But that's okay. That wasn't the idea. Now, what that lets us do at level 1 entertainment is hold our first tournament. I do have a spare bread, so I'll spend the spare bread and we will get a knight. No, well, does it make sense to do that now? Because I don't really need the knight for anything. Can I spend the night doing something else? Possibly. Yes. Tactics. That doesn't suck, actually. Getting a little tactics done wouldn't be a bad thing. So, let's see if we win this tournament. Why not? Okay, so we're going to get a knight. This is maybe a waste, but we'll see what happens. So we've got our knight, and now we're going to do our first tournament. So what we do for tournaments is we draw 2 of... so every player has its own deck of cards. These have been shuffled. And when we see this purple icon with a number in it, we draw that many cards. So we're going to draw 2 of those cards for this tournament. And we're going to look at them here. So because we're having a tournament, we look at this row here. The left is me, and the right is my opponent. I am blocking in the center with my shield. He is attacking in the center with his lance. So I have defended his attack. He is attempting to defend on his right. Why can't you see those cards? One moment. I'll go over here. We'll do it over here instead. Let's try that again. So we're looking on this row for the tournament. On the left is me, and on the right is him. He is attacking in the center, and I am defending in the center. So I have defended his attack. I am attacking on the left, but he is defending on the right. So I land an attack because he's not defending on the left. Therefore, I win the tournament. So what happens when I win this tournament? Well, let's look at the tournament on this side, and we'll take a look. So this tournament says, if you win the tournament, then you get an influence and a soldier. So we get another influence. So we'll come back over here for a second, and I'll mark off my next influence, right? Influence is here. My next mark is, hey, look at that, a craftsman. Well, I have some spare wood. So now I can build something else. This is great for me. So now I have 2 influence, and I gain a soldier. Things are looking up. We got a lot of resources now. So I'll mark that off that we won that tournament, got those resources. All right. Cool. All right, so now let's take a look here. Where do we stand? Well, we could... I'm looking around because we don't have to take discontent anymore. We have resources to defend against that attack. Oh, whoa. We haven't gotten to defense yet. That bolt wasn't used in the attack. That's why I didn't mark it off. We'll get to defense at the end of the round. So, yeah, I could build a mint. That's true. Well, I don't have a patron. The problem with the mint is it's level 2. So in order to get to level 2, I would need to spend a patron to get governance to level 2. So I can't build the mint right now. I could go down here to Warcraft and spend my night on tactics, and then I could choose a tactic to research. If I do that, I will gain another soldier. Now, there's no real way to spend soldiers on their own, I don't think, because they are, by definition, I guess at the stables you can spend them. And I don't have patrons enough to get to level 3 in order to start my stable. So that's not an option. The rest of these places let you earn soldiers, not spend them. Because soldiers are low level, right? They're not going to be good for much but defending your domain. So don't really want to earn more soldiers this round, because I don't have places to put them. What else can I do with my knight right now? Tactics might be the only thing right now. So maybe I don't have a choice. Well, let's see here. Oh, I can spend soldiers to upgrade the moat. Ooh. Oh, see, look at that. It requires serfs or soldiers. So I can upgrade the moat 2 more times. That's not a bad thing. I get a tactic unlocked, and then I would get my moat fully upgraded. I would have to start investing in the crane, which I can do, actually. So I should do the ballista first, though. What I should do is I should max out my moat and unlock and then build the ballista in preparation for next round. Then I can invest in the small crane, which I will need anyway, before I can build the catapult, which I will then need in round 3. Yeah. I don't know how many times the moat comes into play on these attacks, but that's an awful lot of upgrading to do on. But I got to prep, right? At some point or another, I'm prepping regardless. And it's what I can spend. At the moment, I can't really spend anything where I would normally do it, like the stables. I don't have enough patrons. So, is there anything else I'm missing? I don't think so. Yeah, okay. The good news is I will be able to defend against that thing without having to spend my bolt, because I'll have leftover defenders. And I have some upgraded, I have serfs, so I can upgrade my farms, perhaps. That's probably the thing to do, is upgrade my farms. All right. Let's just go. Let's go with that. I mean, I'm not going to be perfect this first game. I'm not going to be perfect the first round either. So let's first and foremost, we'll spend our money to research the ballista, which we need for next round. So we spent our money, we've researched the ballista, that's the first money. And then we're going to spend our craftsman and our wood to build a ballista. So we go up in might, which gives us a patron. So patron is in might. So there's our second in might. So now we have a patron. Ooh, that might change some things. Okay, maybe we do go for the mint. Although I just spent my money. That's all right. Needed to do it. So, how can I do it? How can I do it? I want to get to that mint, but I need another craftsman and I need money to do that. Is there a place I can get more money? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Where can I get another craftsman? I've got unlocked them both there. Can I get another craftsman anywhere other than money? I don't think so. I don't see a place where I'm rewarded for a craftsman. So I think I'm out of luck there. Okay, so with that in mind, what icon is that? Brewhouse. Oh. Brewhouse doesn't help me right now. Oh, hold on. I need money, right? Let's go. Let's hold a Michaelmas festival. Yes, we're going to do a Michaelmas festival. All right, we're going to come over here. It is entertainment. Let's see. Yeah, good, great. Okay, so Michaelmas entertainment. We have 3 serfs, and we've already unlocked level 1 of entertainment, so we can hold our first Michaelmas festival. It only costs us a serf to do it. So we're going to discard a serf, and we get to draw 2 cards. So we're going to draw 2 cards. And we get these 2. Now, when we're looking at the festival, haha, no way, that's amazing. Okay, so Michaelmas festivals are in pink, and they're the top line of the pink here. So we look at the books, we go 1 and 1. Now what we would normally do is we would put these numbers in these boxes. And you get to choose which numbers to put in which boxes, because what you're really looking for is this value here. You're trying to make this value. So let's say this was a 5 and a 1. I could put the 5 and the 1, both of them here in this line, and get the rewards from making a 6. So it would be 5 and a 1. I'd get it, that would be a value of 6, and I would get these 2 rewards, which is any consumable of my preference: money, materials, or food. But that's not what I pulled. I pulled 2 1s. 2 1s, 1 plus 1 equals 2, gives me 3 of my choosing and an influence. This is actually the hardest one in the game to get, because it's 2 1s, and it's very difficult to draw that. So I can't believe I did that, but I'm absolutely going to capitalize on it. I swear I shuffled this deck. So 1 and 1 equals 2. Now I get 3 of my choosing. I'm going to be very careful about that, because I think I can probably use that to significant value. I'm probably going to, because of where I am in the round, I'm probably going to take it all as money and start spending it on upgrades and or people or knights or patrons or whatnot. So let's see what happens. But first and foremost, let's do our influence, which takes it to level 3. Influence level 3 right here. Okay. All right, now we get 3 resources of our choosing. I'm going to go about split screen here for a minute, just to, you can kind of see the money side and the research side. Okay. So I have 3 resources, either food, money, or materials. I don't have craftsmen, but I can get money. So I could take like 1 money and then spend that money on a craftsman. I do have 1 wood. So then I would have the ability to make something. So then I could research something, right? Get the small crane out of the way. Maybe. I could build one of my buildings that I've got unlocked, like the chapel. Or I do have a patron, so I could spend that patron on governance and get the mint going. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. In fact, let's start there. We're gonna, wait, that was in a good spot. I'll come back. I just didn't realize that you could actually see that. I just forgot. So we're gonna take a money. It's one of our money, so we're gonna mark that off just to remind myself that I took one of the 3 that I earned. I'm gonna spend that money on a craftsman. So we're gonna continue up this direction. So now we're there. We now have a craftsman. We are going to spend our patron on governance. So now we're at level 2 governance, which unlocks the small mint. So it's gone. And then I'm going to spend our craftsman and our materials on the small mint, discarded, which then unlocks the small mint. I'm now going to spend one of my serfs, yellow ones, to build the small mint, or actually use the small mint, sorry. And I'm going to use another one of my patrons, my last patron, to unlock the second box in my small mint. Now, there's a lot going on in this box. This is increase your money production by 1, get a money, and increase your influence. All 3 of those happen in the second box. So we're going to come over here to our production. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Okay. In silver, it's the same icon that you saw over there. Now we fill in this box to remind ourselves we now produce 2 silver every round. This is still the first round. So we come back over here to our bank, or to our mint, and we mark off that we got our little upgrade. Come on, pen, you can do it. Okay, and then we'll take our coin, and we will take an influence as well. So while my pen is still working, I will come over here. Influence is now at 4, and I'll take a coin. Okay. All right, pretty good. We've got our mint maximized and functional. All right, that's where we leave ourselves. We still have 2 more resources from Michaelmas yet to be used. It can be a wood, a food, or money. I'm feeling like we go money again. But before we do that, we should spend the money we already have, because that may change things. I'm going to go guildsman 1 more time, and here's why. I only have 1 more step along this chain to get to the end of this guildman, to this end stop of guildsman. It's one of the 3 spots in guildsman where I can increase the number of craftsmen that get produced every round. I don't produce any craftsmen every round yet, but if I complete this one, I will get 1 craftsman and produce 1 craftsman next round and every round afterward. And that's just the $1 extra. So I'm doing that right now. I think that's just the smart play. So we're going to get 1 craftsman. I don't have any wood, but I can solve that in a moment. So I took care of that. And then I'm going to get the craftsman production upgrade. So that's our first dot in craftsman. Like so. Okay, now we're producing one craftsman every round. That doesn't suck. Doing good so far. All right, well, since we don't have a patron, we can't start the night training. That's okay. We can spend the night on tactics. Or, yeah, we're going to put this soldier back out on the incoming raid. So we're not going to take discontent. We have one knight left and one craftsman. We have 2 resources left from Michaelmas. So one of those is going to be wood, so we can build something else. Because it's silly not to. I think we build the small crane right now. I do think we do that. Because there's some buildings that require the small crane as well. And we have to build the small crane in order to start building the catapult and the battering ram, both of which we need for future rounds in the game. So let's get it out of the way. It's not sexy, but it's good infrastructure to get it done. So we are going to spend one of our remaining on wood and this other one remaining on money. Okay, so we're going to spend our money to research the small crane. Small crane is now researched but not built. We're going to spend our craftsman and our wood, which is the requirement for the small crane, and we're going to build the small crane. When we build it, we get a serf. We now have the small crane. I'll mark it off up here too to remind myself that it's done. The medium keep requires the crane, so I couldn't build that even if I wanted to. And until now that I've built that, I can. Okay, so we're in good shape. I'm still feeling like I spend this night on tactics. There's not really a good alternative. And I've got to use these resources every round or I lose them. And I could spend the serf to move up on the farm track. And then I'd be one step away from producing another food every round. So I think I'm going to do that. Yeah, okay. Tactics. For the sake of the VOD later, he misspoke. He used a serf for that second mint action, not a patron. Oh, yeah, thanks for the catch. All righty. Correct. That is what I did. All right. So we're going to spend this serf on our farm, which gives us 2 in farming, not quite to 3, but that's all right. And we're going to spend this night on tactics over here in Warcraft. So that's this right here. I get to mark off 1 in tactics. And what does that do? Well, come over here, I can choose covers, rocks, hot oil, logs, or bolts. All this means is that from here on out, I'll be able to build them by spending wood. I'm researching them. But I know from experience and from watching this that there's a specific type of raiding action that comes our way here at some point that is basically catapults. And there's no defense. You can't even spend guys to defend it, except for by having cover. So I'm going to go with cover first. Everything else I have 1 in, but I'm going to research cover. And that actually earns us a soldier. So now we have cover. We have the ability to make cover. We still have 1 cover to start with, so we'll be fine for the short term. But now we can at least make more cover. Okay, but we have this soldier to deal with. I think we're going to put that soldier to work towards the moat here. There's no other real place to use him. We don't need him for defending the castle. So, just double checking that. I think we're okay. We'll put him over here formally, and we'll put him formally up here. We'll do that in a second. Yeah, okay. So we'll take this guy, this remaining guy, and we'll start working towards the upgrade of the moat. So we successfully managed to use all of our resources this round, and I feel like I did okay from a combo perspective, especially considering we got 2 of our production moving. We've got 4 influence already. I feel pretty good about that. Okay, now I think we move into the next phase of this, which is castle defense. So that's actually right here, what I've been using to store my resources. Pay food equal to the round. It's round 1. So I spend my food that I had up here in the player board. It was right here. So I'm going to spend that food. It's off to the side. I'm not getting discontent because I was able to feed my people. Deploy my defenders. I have been steadily deploying my defenders throughout the game to make sure I didn't spend them on other things. Discard all remaining serfs, patrons, and base resources, which I've spent them all, so no discarding happening. Reveal any face down attack cards. They are both face up, so there's nothing to reveal. Okay, now I think we resolve them. I think I'm just looking, I just go left to right on these cards. Castle defense. Right. Once all players have stopped taking actions, the game moves into castle defense phase. There is a reminder of all of the steps for this phase on the left sheet. They are, okay, blah, blah, blah. For each strong attack cards featuring a skull icon, the player successfully defends against, they immediately gain 1 bravery. Okay, so let's resolve our first card. Our first card says there will be a 1-point attack, because that's what the B says here. A 1-point attack coming from the north. And I can either defend using, I don't actually need him here. Interesting. Maybe I don't put him here, because I do need him here, because I don't have towers. Ha, okay. So I'm defending using him, so he's gone. Successfully defended the B attack. A attack is a 2-point attack, and I can defend using towers. 1 point, 2 points. And that's a 2-level attack. So I've successfully defended against the towers. By the way, when you defend using castles, the components of your castle, they don't degrade. So I don't get damaged and then I have to rebuild them. They're sturdy. They can take the hits. They just have a certain defense value. So that's it. I have 2 towers, 1 value each, 2 defense, done. Okay, so I've successfully defended against this attack, which gives us 1 bravery. So we come down here to our bravery track and we go up 1. Okay. So now, second attack is a siege tower attack coming this way, and I can only defend using people or moats. Well, I have 1 person on this side, and I have a 1-level moat. It is a A-level attack, which is a 2. So it's a 2-value strength attack. I have 1 strength from the dude and 1 strength from the moat, and therefore I have successfully defended against that attack. Great. Okay. After all attacks have been resolved, players gain loyalty equal to the round's determination minus their undefended attacks. Well, I have Let's figure out what determination is. I have no undefended attacks. Let's figure out what determination is. Anyone? Determination. It's probably way back in the front where you draw these cards to begin with. Aha. Scanning. No. I thought it might be the attack cards, but it's not. Determination. Anybody? If you happen to know, call it out. Well. I wish there was a glossary for that term. Maybe there is, and I'm just not seeing it.
What did he say?
Page 31. I'm on page 31. 3. Determination is indicated by the gold cross along the top of the player boards. Ah, so here. Okay. As seen above, the determination for rounds 2 is 3. That doesn't make any sense. Rounds 2 and 3 are 2. I misread that. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Okay. After gaining any loyalty, players then gain discontent equal to the round's determination. Got it. So I gain 1 loyalty. That's what I'm reading from this. Yes? Equal to the round's determination. So yeah, I'm going to go with 1 loyalty. Okay, great. Okay, so we have loyalty. That's our first dot in loyalty. 1 step closer to another free soldier. Not bad. These are good victory points. I like it. So, I mean, so far, if the game were to end right now without even doing anything else, I'd have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 victory points in 1 round. I mean, I need more than that, but like that's pretty good. Okay. Now, whoa. I believe that is the end of the round. Aha. I didn't gain any discontent and I didn't gain any joy, so we're good. Once all players have finished their castle defense, follow the final steps. Turn over the current round's scenario card and plunder tile. I didn't say I needed to keep them secret, so that's all right. Oh, turn them over. Turn them over as in to say we're done. Okay, got it. So this is flipped over, and this is flipped over. So now we're here and here, because we both got that done, because he always gets it done. Okay. Each player gains 1 discontent per face-down scenario card to the right of their tent. I have no face-down cards to the right of mine, so I gain no discontent. This does not include the scenario card that their tent is sitting on. Yes, of course. This causes players that are not attacking enemy castles to gain an increasing amount of discontent each round. Any players with inactive muster tokens must turn them back to their active side. I don't have any yet, so nothing to turn over there. Pass the first player marker? No. If this was round 5, move into final scoring. Otherwise, continue to the next round. Okay. So we have unlocked and built the ballista. So all we need to do for this next one is feed it some bread. And we can actually give it some soldiers to fight. That's probably the harder part. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I need to reshuffle a couple of decks at the start of every round. I'll quickly do that. Okay, and this deck gets reshuffled. One moment. You know, the first person to invent a mini card shuffler that is reliable, a mini card shuffler, will get a lot of money from me. Because there is nothing that I hate more in board gaming, and I mean this sincerely, than shuffling mini cards. I hate them. I understand their purpose. I don't have a lot of table space myself. I don't eschew their existence. I hate shuffling them really badly. Okay. Oh, right. We'll just go ahead and put those on the bottom. Obviously, they should be shuffled back in. Nah, all right, fine, I'll shuffle. I'll shuffle them again. It's fine. These guys go back in.
What did he say?
What? Challenge accepted. It's got to work reliably, and it's got to work exclusively with mini cards. These guys, these freaking things, I hate them. Okay, all right, shuffled. Great. All right, I'm glad it reminded me of that. Deal each player one final escalate card, placing it face up in the leftmost space above their player board. Okay. Boom. I think I might have messed that up at the beginning. That's all right. We learn, we live and we learn. Okay.
What did he say?
Sure, I can do that. Okay, sorry. Deal each player one final escalate card, placing it face up in the leftmost space above their player board. All 6 final escalate cards are identical except for which 2 sides of the castle they will focus on. Okay. From the top of the attack card draw pile, deal a number of attack cards to each player based on the current round. Well, it's round 2, so now we get our 3rd attacks. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Another strong attack. My favorite. We got some work to do, y'all. Both of those say they are archery attacks? Good God. Guess I'm building walls. One of those is strong too. Great. Okay, let's look at that. BDB. And it would have been CBC. Okay, I see. So one of the attacks is 1 extra damage. That's not so bad. I got some work to do, though. That means, if I'm right, that means I need to... The right flank is going to take a total of 6 damage. Just the right flank. And I don't have walls over there. Holy crap. All 3 of these are walls attacks. It's a good thing I built the crane. I don't know where I'm going to get that amount of resources in 1 turn, though. Yikes. That's a lot. Okay. That's gonna hurt. That's all walls all day. Gee, I'm so glad I shuffled those. Okay. Brutal. Now we draw path cards. Since we are maybe so, yeah. All right, since we are even with our opponent, we are going to just draw 2 cards because we're not falling behind. And we drew, I'll put them up here so you can see that. We drew Commander and we drew Abbot. Very similar. Commander wants us to have a really strong might. Abbot wants us to have a lot of chapels done. Neither of these we're actually strong in right now. There are lots of values for having, I think chapel synergizes well because we earn a lot of influence for completing chapels. And we need that for Bellwether. And not for nothing, we get a 3rd patron out of the deal. So I think we're going to go Abbot. So Abbot goes underneath. Oh, wait, resources first. So let's come here. We get 3 patrons. We get 3, not patrons, serfs. 3 serfs, 3 craftsmen. Just making sure I get all the words for these. 2 wood. And then we get 3 patrons. Okay, and 2 money. Okay, 2 money. Now we do production. So let me quickly tuck Abbot underneath the board. Okay, all right. So Abbot's tucked. Now we do production. We get 1 serf. We get 1 craftsman because we produce a craftsman now. We get 1 wood. We haven't really increased our forestry, but that's okay. We don't get any patrons yet, which would be lovely, but we will if we get our worship up, which we need to anyway now from Abbot, because we'll produce patrons from doing that. So that should be a priority too. We get 2 silver because we upgraded we have our mint going, which is great. We only get 1 food still, sadly. That's our 1 failing from last round. 2 soldiers and no Kniggets yet. All right. Plenty to work with. Seems like a lot. It's not a lot. Okay. Let's see. Now, we have 3 patrons to work with. I feel like we need walls. We need lots and lots of walls. As it stands right now, if I were to build nothing else, which obviously I'm not going to do right now, then I would be able to build 3 wall segments or continue to upgrade an existing wall segment, which is not even remotely enough for the amount of tax I'm about to sustain. Definitely going to see some miscontent or discontent this round unless I produce a lot of different defenses. We'll see. We'll see. Just trying to figure out where to start, where we maximize this. Sorry, I dropped my pen. Okay. Okay, well. I kind of feel like I could do another Michaelmas, see if we can't get some more resources. But that's more of a last ditch thing, something to think about. I have serfs, but we do need, well, I'm also thinking about our food production. We're one step away from that. In fact, let's do that first before we get too crazy. We're going to spend one of our serfs on food production, which finishes our first step in the farm, gives us 1 extra food. So now we're up to 2 food, and it lets us produce our second level of food. So now we produce 2 food every round going forward. It's not quite enough food, though. I kind of want to drop 2 more serfs on the farms just to get 1 more food. Because here's what I'm looking at. Up here, I'm seeing that we have a choice. We can either get food production upgraded or 2 food. The easy choice is to take 2 food because then I can use that food immediately for this round, but I really want to get that extra production. But to do that, I need 1 more food because I need 2 food for the round and 1 more food for that raid. So I need 3 food. Let's see if I can get some serfs produced doing other things. Where can we get some serfs produced? Oof, I was going to build the catapult for next round, but I need the wood really badly for building walls. Is there places where I can get serfs as a reward? Not easily. Goodness. Governance gives me 1. The end of the entertainment track, which I'm nowhere near, gives me 1. I'll give you that so you can at least see the board. Further down the loyalty track will give me 1. Building the large crane, I could spend money and get 1 here, which I need in order to unlock the large crane anyway. That might be the way to go. Yeah, I'm going to spend the money and we're going to unlock the ability to research the large crane, which is the next step there. But that gives me a serf, which I need. I will immediately spend that serf and 1 of my existing serfs, so 2 serfs, on the farm's upgrades here and here. And then that gives me an extra bread. I now have 3 bread. Well, I'm going to put 2 of those bread out here on the current round to remind myself that I have to pay for food. So those are reserved now. And I'm going to go ahead and, well, I don't have the 4 might necessary to fight this castle yet. So I have 2 soldiers. I need to get a knight. I think I'm going to go ahead and train a knight. Am I? I think I am. It's one of the things we wanted to do anyway, right? I think we train a knight. Why not? Is there something better to use my patrons for is the thing. I'm going to need guys to defend. I could always, pay off one of my allies to send me a knight too. There's that option. Hmm. Hey, I bet. Just caught that. Sorry. Well, yeah, that's interesting. I could hold a St. Valentine's festival. Yeah, it would require one patron, but if I managed to get a male female pairing from that, I would get a serf from that as well, and potentially a loyalty and or a an extra surf production. It's a big if though. I'm drawing two cards, and I would have to get lucky on that draw and draw a male and a female, one on each card. So that's kind of gambling. It sucks if I don't get it. It's not the end of the world. I still get to mark them off, but I need them to be paired in order to get the benefit. So the downside, I'm gambling with a patron, which are hard to get, but the possible payoffs are pretty big in terms of long-term benefit, especially on the surf upgrades. Sorry, I know I'm APing a little bit here, but I just want to make sure I'm setting myself up because I got a lot to defend against up there. I can't be messing around. Where can I invest to get more wall upgrades built? So I need craftsman and or wood. Well, I could spend hmm. Well, okay. So let's look at the resources. I've got enough right
What
now.
did he say?
Yeah, sure. Here. So there's one. So I've got enough resources right now to do 3 wall upgrades. Here's the other. Sorry, I'm dealing with a little lag, so I want to make sure I don't over move it here. There you go. That should do it. Well enough, anyway. So I've got enough to build 3 wall segments. I'd love to be able to build more than that. But I don't want to just immediately do that if I can, build buildings which will then earn me things. For example, I could invest in Warcraft, get my stable done, and in so doing, get a knight, get access to the black horse, get money and more food. But to do that, I'd have to build one fewer wall segment. Wall segments are long-term investments because they don't degrade. So my feeling like it's more beneficial to just build the walls than it is to do that. But I need the horse anyway for future rounds. So part of me is like, let's just get the small stables out of the way. The trick there is I would have to spend all of my serfs and or soldiers to get the small stable complete to get the horse out of the way. That's so much investment in a place where I have very little defense already. Ah, that's tough. No, it won't. I know. But that means I have to do not just unlock the small stables, but do all of its build all next round while also defending. So do I take a little hit now for a little bit of prep later? Maybe I don't build all the way to the end of the small stable this round. That is tough. What else can I build? Is there anything else that I can build right away? I could put 2 of my patrons in governance, which would unlock the medium keep. I could build the medium keep right now, and that would get me a knight. Long term, it would unlock upgrades to worship, entertainment, and influence in one building. It would cost fewer resources. Well, not really, because I'd have to spend two of them on governance just to get there. Whew. All 3 of my patrons would be gone to make the medium keep work. Okay. Worship, on the other hand, takes a lot of resources now. Doesn't really help me in my current fight. Walls. I think I have no choice. I need to build 3 wall segments. There's just nothing, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I can get more wood, I can get more craftsmen, but I've got to get those 3 wall segments built. So, oh, did I go too far? Maybe not. Good, good. Okay. So we're just going to spend all 6 of these. All 6, and we build 3 walls. 1, 2, 3, and in so doing, we get 1 additional might, and we get 1 more patron. Okay, now we build 3 wall segments. Let me mark those off too, just to remind myself that I got those. Okay, 3 more walls. We're attacking from mostly these 2 with a little bit down here. This attack is a C, and C attacks for this next card are only 1. Oh, that's good. So I think what that means I'll do is I'll build 1 wall segment here for the 1, but then I'll build another wall segment here. Now, there are some rules around how you upgrade walls. They have to be no more than 1 step above their adjoining walls. So you have to kind of upgrade the walls organically. So I built 2 walls. I think I'm going to upgrade this one to level 2, which is the 3rd wall segment that I just built. So I built 1, 2, 3. In order to upgrade these 2 walls, I need to build a wall here. But that can be a future me problem. So now I'm defending against 2, 4, 5 points here. So 4 more. I'm defending 3, 2, no wait, 3, 2, 2, 7 over here, so that's 5 more there. And then 1 point down here. So I need 5 points of defense here, 5 points of defense here. I can use rocks for 1. So that barely scratched the surface, but you know, when you got 3 wall attacks all in a row and you didn't have walls anywhere practically, that's not terrible, I guess. Yikes. Okay, what am I going to do? Well, I can hire knights. I can convert a knight, maybe. I could invest 1 in to get to worship level 2, and then 1 to convert a knight, and possibly get a soldier from that. And then, but I haven't built the small chapel yet, have I? I do have $3. So I guess I could also spend a serf over here to upgrade the quarry and forest 1, which would give me an extra wood, which would then let me build the small chapel and all of that. That would allow me to end up with 3 knights, which Lord knows I need. Oh, whoops. I screwed that up too. This is actually supposed to be face down. I wasn't supposed to know what that is. So this is the way I was supposed to deal that. I was supposed to deal that face down. I know what they are now, so it's a little too late. I acknowledge that I screwed that up though. But because I don't have a very good memory, I will go ahead and leave it face down for the rest of the round. And you know, I know which walls they're on, but I know generally how much points I need to absorb. So that's kind of a mess up, but you know, I'm learning. So if I spent all my money, if I spent all my money on allies, then I could end up with 3 knights. And I would end up with another patron. So I'd have 3 patrons left. What would I want to do? I could put one in entertainment and then do another Michaelmas festival and see if I get lucky there and get some more resources. But even if I do, what good is it without craftsmen? And I won't have any money left in order to buy craftsmen. Although if I got a bunch of resources, I could then hire craftsmen from the guildsmen. That doesn't suck. Well, I mean, I think that's as good as I'm going to get. I've got a couple soldiers. I don't know what else to do. So I think we're just going to do that. Sorry for the long think there. I really just had to figure this out. So we're going to spend a serf over here in the quarry to get a wood. And we're going to put that wood over here. It'll make sense in a moment when I change the camera. But so we've got that done. Now we are going to spend, we'll come over here so you can see. We'll come this way here. Right. Ooh, too far. Okay, so now we'll spend this, this patron to get us to level 2 on worship, which allows us to then build the small chapel for this craftsman and wood. That's done, which gains us 1 influence, which gives us another patron. Great, we're up to 5 on influence. I will then use a patron to train a knight. So I've done that. I have the knight, but when you train a knight, you draw 2 cards. So we draw these 2 cards. And it says, if the 2 symbols are not the same, then you get a soldier. If I'm right, I believe that is the top 2 lines here. In fact, I know that that's the case because those are the only 2 events that happen in purple. So these 2 top symbols are not the same, therefore I get a soldier. That is great. So we not only did we train a knight, we got an extra soldier. Okay, so I'll mark that I remembered to do that. Well, that's great. So now we're doing okay in terms of defense. So now we come back to the main board, to the first board, I should say, the leftmost board. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and do this. It feels weird to spend all that money on this, but I do think it's the right thing to do. So all 3 money goes to allies. We're going to go ally 1 gives us a knight, ally 2 gives us a patron, and ally 3 gives us another knight. So 2 knights and a patron. Okay, so let's look at defense for a moment. We also have offense to consider. Because we need to take down that raid. So let's look at the raid for a moment. We could take these guys, put them out there. That takes care of that 4 strength. I also need to contribute a food. So that would be the food. And in so doing, I would upgrade my food production by 1 and get 3 bravery. 3 bravery would give me an extra soldier. So I get 1 of my soldiers back. So I think there's no reason not to do this. I'm going to go ahead and do this now. So I'm going to move my marker up. I'm going to spend these resources to complete that. I have built the ballista already, so that is fine. And so now I get my food production increased by 1. Just as a reminder that I got that done, I'm going to flip this over. Okay. I also get the 3 bravery. I'll do that now before I forget. 1, 2, 3. Great. I get 1 more soldier. Cool. All right. We got that part done. That's nice. Let's do some accounting here. Let's see how we're doing. All right. Well, we know that this is going to be 2 points of damage, and this is going to be 2 points of damage. So that is 4. I have 1 here, so it requires 3 defense. I'm sure it requires more than that, but we'll go with that for now. Okay, so that's 3 defense. And then over on this side, A is 2 and D is 3. That's 5. There's 2 there. I don't think... I think if I did this, then what'll happen is this would be successfully defending these 2 cards. I would fail to defend this one and take some discontent. But defending 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and it means that I would defend this and get the bravery for it. It would mean I get 1 less here, but that's okay. I'm kind of okay with that. That's kind of doing the best with an imperfect draw there. So I think I'm going to go with that. Okay, so now with that decided, I think that's the best choice I can make. I come here and I have free reign with 4 patrons and a serf. Not much I can do on my own without construction, but there's plenty of things I can do with patrons. Let's see. I can run another Michaelmas. That would be an option. So what I could do, so knowing that we have these 4, I'll move these 4 over here to this board so you can see it all together. And we'll play around on this side for a minute. Okay. All right. Good enough, I think. Now, I could, for the sake of argument, maybe I move them over here just to not disassociate them with spending them. So I could spend 1. Well, I mean, hey, I could do St. Valentine's like twice because I'm in 2 already. So I could do 2 St. Valentine's Day or St. Valentine's festivals and see if I can't get some surf / upgrades going on. That's an option. And then down here in entertainment, I could spend 1 here to get me to level 2, which would then allow me to spend 1 of my serfs to do another Michaelmas festival. Would also give me a little brewhouse bump. Three. For my 3rd one, I could upgrade worship to level 3, which would increase my loyalty to 1, which would give me 1 more soldier, which may be enough to defend against that last card. I don't think so. But I could instead spend it to upgrade the moat. Maybe invest in that moat. It's 1 more stop. That's an option. Or instead, I could instead do that. I could invest it in Warcraft instead, get me to level 2, so that I'm closer to being able to unlock the small stables, which I need to have next round. It's probably the smarter play. So let's play this by ear. We'll spend at least 1 on the festival. We may not need both, but if we do, we can. And if we don't need both, we can put another one in Warcraft, get it to level 3, and then we are closer to being able to build the stables next round. Seems about as good as I can get it. So we're going to do that. Hey, welcome back. Okay. So first and foremost, we're going to play St. Valentine's Festival. We're going to spend one over there. We got one patron in reserve at the moment, but we're going to spend one to do our first St. Valentine's Festival. We draw 2 cards. And we got a 1 and a 6. What does that mean? Oh. Let's see if I can't interpret these cards. I think it means that I have to mark either one off in either the 1 and or both the 1 and the 6 box. But let me see if I can't find it. Yeah, here we go. A player is revealed a female 4 and a male 5. Oh, that's because they're left and right. Okay, so it's a female 1 and a male 6. Okay. So female 1 and a male 6. Okay. So do I play again? I can play again, but I don't think so. I think because the odds are so low that I'm actually going to hit a 1 or a 6 again in the right combination, I think I'm going to do the smart play and just put them both in Warcraft. So we're going to do 1 and 2, which gives us an extra influence. But more importantly, what it does is it preps us to having the small stables unlocked for next round. And then down here in entertainment, we're going to go to level 2 on the entertainment, which gives us a brew house action or a bonus action. So we're going to draw 2 cards and we're going to see what we have. We got 2 ingredients. We have a hop and barley, I believe. So we mark them however we want to mark them. It doesn't really matter, does it? I guess we'll just go we'll do a row. We'll do the hop and the barley in reverse. So anyway, the barley over there, hop over there. Okay. So when we complete a line, we get to brew some beer, and the beer helps us to rally the troops and get them more, shall we say, lubricated for battle. So they help us in warfare. Okay, that leaves us with, that one's gone. That leaves us with this Michaelmas. We're now in level 2 in entertainment, so we can do another Michaelmas. So we'll draw 2. A 4 and an 8. So I could just combine them and do level 12 there. I don't see why I wouldn't. It's 2 more money at the end of the day, or food. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do an 8 and a 4 for 12. 8, 4. So money is good. Hell, I could get 2 more craftsmen just to upgrade our craftsman production 1 more step, and then take those craftsmen and use them on the front lines as defensive fodder. That's not the worst idea. Is that enough, though? Maybe it is. I honestly don't remember. This is, if I look up here on the player board, I've got, what do I have? I've got 3, 4. So I could put one guy here for 5 and another guy here. This would be 2 plus 5, so this would be 6. I think I remember saying I needed 7 over here. I don't think it would be enough on its own. So do I use them some other way? If we know we're not going to defend against this anyway, and there's not really a realistic chance of doing it, do we instead research the catapult? Because we're going to need that next round. And maybe we do... Ooh. I think we take 2 money. Well, okay, hold on. So part of me is thinking, do I just take 2 money for this benefit from Michaelmas? And then, oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to take it as 2 money. Yeah, we're taking it as 2 money. So that's marked off 1, 2. I guess I could have taken it as a tournament, but could taken it as bread and do a tournament. Maybe I take 1 money. Yeah, it's 1 money and 1 bread, not 2 money. Okay, let's come over here. Okay, so Michaelmas gave us 2 more resources. And so we're going to do, we took it as 1 bread and 1 money. So for the money, we're going to spend it on allies, which is our last stop on this train. Gives us a knight and an increase in loyalty, which gives us a soldier. So that gives us a knight and a soldier. Maybe we'll get this last one defended after all. Okay, knight and soldier. Now, for the bread, we'll come back over here. I won't go all the way. And we will spend it on the second tournament, because we're at level 2 entertainment. So we're going to spend this bread. Bread goes away, and we get another knight. And we get to draw 2 cards and see if we win the tournament. If we do, we'll get another soldier. Okay. I attack in the center. What happens if we both lose? That's interesting. We both defend on the right. I'm sorry, on the left. I attack in the center, but he attacks on my right where I lose. So do we both lose? In the jousting, what happens when we both lose? Both jousters hit on the right side. It's a tie. Okay, so we just go again. Yeah, we could go again and we see what happens next. Okay, so tie for round 1. Same thing. So we both defend in the middle. Oh, you can't see. I'll come over there. So we both defend in the middle, but I attack on one side, he attacks on the other. So it's a tie again. We go to round 3. Okay. Ooh, I lose. So I defend in the middle and I attack on the right. He blocks on the right and attacks on the left where I am not blocking. So I lose. Bummer. Okay, well, I didn't get the victory, but I did get the knight. That's okay. on the third round too. If I had tied one more time, I would have won by default. Okay, well, as it is, not bad. As it is, we ended up with 2 knights and a soldier. So let's come back here and we will see where we can do the most good here. Let's put another knight here. And right now we've got, what, 4? 4 there? So maybe we do 6 there. We don't need another one down here. Why don't we just overextend? Because you can, if you do extra damage. Oh no, that's for warfare. Never mind. I guess I could just waste it. But I have imperfect information. I don't honestly remember now. I thought I needed 7 over there. I have imperfect information. When I initially drew this, I drew this one face up and I should not have. So in good faith, I flipped it back over again. And I have since, like I figured I would, forgotten the exact details. So I think we might be okay. I'm going to go ahead and waste the soldier. If I don't need him, I don't need him. But we're going to see how well we did there. This was a rather defensive round, but it was, when you get these kinds of card draws, what are you going to do? Okay, let's do it. Will we spend our rock? Now we got enough guys. We don't need to spend our rock. So we're defending A, which is 2 points. And we're spending A over on this side, which is also 2 points. So we're going to take a knight from this side. No, we're not. No, we're not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I over allocating here? Before I even try to resolve this, am I just soaking 2 points from each card? Is that what I'm doing here? I think that's what I'm doing here. Hold on, I might have thought I needed to do this as a whole grouping. Is it 2 points per round or 2 points per card? Mm-hmm. What about walls? That's what I'm trying to get at here. Sorry, I've never done that part of this before. Maybe I am fortifications. Mm-hmm. For the next card. Oh, they will be ready to go again for the next attack card if needed. In other words, they do not break down when attacked. Okay, so I am over allocated. Hold on, I thought I had to do this cumulatively for the round. So because it's per card, hold on. This wall defends against this damage completely because this damage on this side is only 2. So hold on, let me pull all my resources back off these here for a second. And we'll do this, we'll allocate them again. So this I don't need to allocate anything for because that wall is tall enough to defend against it. This one is only 1 and it's going to do 2 points of damage. So I'll allocate a soldier over here to take care of the other 1. This one over here is a 2-point attack up here. So I'll put another soldier up here. And then this over here is a 3-point attack, and it is only going to absorb 2. So that is going to I'll put that in place for the 3rd point of the 2nd card. now we know that this place. So for the record, we have 4 knights left, unaccounted, unallocated, and
What did he say?
oh, it does. Yes, it does, and I've already accounted for it. That's why I'm saying this D is 3. Hold on, let me make sure. BDB, yeah, it's so BDB on this card is 232. So that's why I know that this D is 3. So that's there. This B up here though, that's a good point because this B is 2. No, that's still right. I have 1 extra soldier allocated there, and this wall will soak this this B down here. Yeah. Will it? It won't. That's 2 points. So instead, what I'll do is I'll take these 2 soldiers and I'll put a knight over there. You'll see what I mean. And hold on. That's 2 points. That'll only soak 1. Yeah, okay. So then this is B. This is 2 points. And I'll put a soldier there to bolster that. Yep. Okay. So now I have 3 knights and a soldier.
What did he say?
No, you don't. Not when they're knights. When they're knights, what happens is the first one they're standing up, and then the second one, when they take 1 point of damage, and then when they have 1 point of damage left, you lay them down. And then once you've taken the last hit, when they're laying down, then they get discarded. So they actually soak damage per. They don't get discarded at the end of every card. That's why he's standing up right there, because he's got full hit points at 2 hit points. But now I'm thinking what I do is, because I don't know where these attacks are coming. I mean, I do. I have imperfect information because I remember from seeing the card that they are on these 3 walls, but I don't know in what distribution. So I feel like I'm going to take a chance. I have 1 remaining soldier left over from doing that redistribution. And I'm going to take a chance. If I need to, I can use the... Oh, I can't use the rock. I could, but I don't want to research it. Yeah, we're going to take a chance. I'm going to use that remaining soldier in a different way. I'm going to come down, and I think I'm over allocated up there. So I'm going to use this soldier and just get... yeah. I'm going to use this soldier and I'm going to get this moat out of the way. So I'm going to get the moat to level 2. And I get a wood also. I'm going to spend that wood right away because I have to. Otherwise, I'm going to lose it. And I'm going to use that to produce another cover. So I technically have 2 cover. I would produce something else, but I don't have it researched. I do have cover researched. So I'm going to produce 2 cover. Or a second cover. Okay, I'm risking it. I probably shouldn't have, but I want to see if I can't maximize this. I think I'm over allocated on the player board. So here we go. Let's just resolve this step at a time. Okay. Up on top, it's an A, which is 2 points of damage. 1, and then I'm going to lay down that knight to soak the other 1. Okay, that's done. This is an A, 2 points of damage. The wall just soaks that. So this card is done now. I'm going to flip that over. Okay, this is a B, which is 2 points of damage. So I'm going to lay down this knight as well. So 1 and 1. D is a 3-point damage attack. So that's 2 points for this wall and 1 for this soldier. Soldier's gone. Knight's at full strength. B down here is a 2-point attack, 1 for the wall and 1 for the soldier. Soldier is now gone. So that's this one defended. And that gives me, I believe, a bravery, but we'll get there. And then this one, imperfectly, this is now C, a 1-point attack. The wall soaks that 1-point attack. Don't even have to worry about the knights there. So these were a loss. I didn't need that. I actually could have used those knights somewhere else. Or one of the knights somewhere else. The B is a 2-point attack. So that's completely absorbed by this wall. That's a waste. And the C is a 1-point attack, which is fully absorbed there. This is a waste. So I actually was very, very wasteful. Oh, well. Oh, well, you live, you learn. But I did manage to defend against all of them. Right. Well, it was worth a shot, and now I just I was so worried about all that damage that I was just allocated too many resources to defending it. Yeah, this is what it is. All right, let's take a look. Right. Okay, the determination for this round is 2, so I gain 2 loyalty. No unlock, but I'm 1 step away from another serf. Okay. These cards go away. These cards are going to get shuffled anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. And I pay my food, of course. So my food is now done, so I don't have any discontent from that. What else? Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah, we're resolved. Okay, next round. Okay, bye. Okay, what am I doing? Next round, we're drawing a card. We're drawing 2 cards because we are even Steven. So we will flip over this card. Both of us go here. 2 cards. 1 here, 1 here. A silversmith and a warrior. Let's come up here. Bravery. Doing okay on bravery. I don't know that we'll end up with 10 bravery. It's only 1 victory point if we do. Completed mint levels. Okay, so since we don't really care about either of those, I don't think, let's go with the resources instead. Money would be nice. We are only producing, well, we're producing 2 each. So that would give me 4 money, but 1 fewer craftsmen. So what should we do about that? Part of me is like, go for this one because it's more patrons and you have a 3rd craftsman but no money, and we're going to make 2 money anyway. So I think that is what I'm going to do. I would love the money, but I think the extra resources doesn't hurt. So that's going to go away. So we have, you can't see that, so we'll go there. Okay. So we have 4 patrons. 3. Okay. 3 craftsmen, 3 wood. and 3 patrons. No money, though. And then we produce 1 serf. One craftsman. 2 silver. 2 money. 3 food. That's good, because it's round 3. We need 3 food. And 2 soldiers. Still just 2 soldiers, and no knights yet. Okay. Right. We need to figure out what our attack cards are. To do that, we need to shuffle. I should have done the attack cards first, but it is what it is. I think that's the same card as before. Great. I did shuffle them just now. Quickly shuffle there. God, I hate shuffling mini cards. You're going to hear me complain about that this entire game. I hate shuffling mini cards, especially when the stack is really big. It makes it really difficult to shuffle quickly. Okay, hold on. Quick shuffle. Do it the messy way, but it is a little quicker that way. Okay. All right, here we go. More walls attacks. Ooh, okay, another siege tower and some ladders. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh, and I did it again. I'm going to turn that face down before I really ingest what it says. Okay. Thankfully, it doesn't look like anyway that it is a strong attack round. Thank God. I've been doing with strong attacks the entire game. Okay. So with that in mind, we're here. C's are 2-point attacks. That's not bad. I can defend against those, no problem. B is a 2-point attack, so maybe I upgrade this wall. A's are 3-point attacks, so that's no good over here. Going to need to put some defense around this this round. And B's are 2-point attacks. So upgrade that wall. This one's fine. This one needs some help. And this one, A is 3 points. Yikes. So I'm going to need to defend against that wall too. And whatever this one is. Well, we know that it's siege. We just don't know how strong the attack is. Or where it's coming. But sieges they're not towers, are they? They're moats. Oh, that's right. They're moats. I'm at level 2 moat, though. So I'm not going to worry about him. I think the moat's going to be okay. Unless it's an E, which I don't think it is, because it's not an angry card. Okay. All right. So, so warrior goes in here. He's come down there. All right. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about him. I think we're going to be okay there. We just need to be thinking about defending some of these walls or upgrading some of these walls. Got it. All right. So now back to here. Walls. I can do comfortably 3 more walls. But at the sake of not investing in my properties much at all. Love to be able to build some of these buildings at some point, but I'm spending so much time building walls. But I feel like, again, I kind of have to. Although I guess I could just do what I did the last time and get some knights out of the way. I can train some knights. I can train one knight, at least. But it would take me all 3 patrons to do it. Doesn't seem like a really good idea. Not when I have to build that stable or I'm not raiding that castle, and it's got a strength of 5. So I have to get some knights on the go anyway. So I think I'm better off building walls so I can spend the knights and the soldiers on attacking. Well, okay. Just on the face of it, I can build 3 more walls. Let's say I do that. I'd end up with another patron. And if I built another wall somehow, well, I could upgrade my quarry. And if I do that, then I would get another wood. So if I built another wall, I would end up with another craftsman. Seems excessive. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's that simple. Why not? We're going to spend 2 serfs rather on upgrading the quarry. So we get another wood. And we get the quarry unlocked. Not unlocked. We get the, where is it? Where is it? It's production, I know. There it is. It's materials. We get another materials dot. So now we're producing 2 materials every round going forward. So that's these guys done. That's not the right place to put those. Okay. Now we are going to spend you're going to spend 4 craftsmen and 4 lumber to build 4 segments of wall. Boom. So that's 1 wall, 2 walls, 3 walls, 4 walls, because we have the small crane built already. So that's 2 might and 1 patron. So we'll bring the patron in, that's easy, and 2 might. 1 and 2, so now we get another craftsman. All right. Now let's talk about where we're going to put these walls. Well, first and foremost, we have to build this wall here before we can upgrade any walls at all. Now, we know this side needs some help. So I think we upgrade this to level 2. So that's 2 walls we just built. The bottom one is a B. I'm looking at what else is going to be attacked at level 3. Maybe we upgrade this one so that it can soak 2 damage of the 3. Yeah. So that's that. So what did I do? I built 1, I upgraded 1, I upgraded 1. That's 1 more wall. B is 2. I could bring it here. I think it makes sense. We just bring this to level 2. That's for our 4th wall. That's pretty solid. At least now I can add a soldier here and there to bolster and be done with it. Yeah. So soldier, soldier, soldier. I need 3 soldiers. And I don't worry about the rest. So I just need 3 soldiers. And I'm not really worrying about him either. Because I can use a battering ram, which I have, if I have to make up the extra point. As long as it's not an E, I'll be fine. Okay. Okay. So that handles base defense. Now, whatever's left, whatever we do now, is to deal with attack. So now I have 2 soldiers. So maybe I immediately think about saying we're going to put 1 up here and 1 over here, and we need 1 more over there. So I need 1 more soldier, and I need to come up with 5 additional military might to go after the castle raid this round. Okay, I can get a knight over here, and I can train a knight over there. So that's 4. I have 2 money, so I could buy 2 more or 3 more soldiers. It's a pretty straightforward way to handle it, but it does work. Let's think about it. Let's maybe put these 2 up here for hiring mercenaries. Is that right though? Because I don't think I'm going to have them left. If I'm going to hire that knight, I need the 2 there instead. Do I make money some other way? Maybe. We'll see what happens. So if I come this way and look at this board, up. There we go. Okay. Good enough. So I could put 1 more here, 2 more here. Oof. Really? 2 more there? And then we train 1 more. So that's another knight. So now I'd have 2 knights. That's a lot of patrons to get 1 knight. We need to get that stable built. There's no other way around it. I don't know that we have that choice. We got to get... We could go and get more lumber from the quarry again. Would take 2 more serfs to do it. So if I did that, I got 1 more lumber. Then I could build the stables. But if I do that, then I'm not going to get them upgraded either. Oof. Yikes. I don't know, man. I've got to get wood some other way. How am I going to get wood? I could go 4 or 5 up here. Get wood that way. Ooh, I don't have the catapult built yet either. Oh, God. If I ignore the raid this round, I'm stuck with whatever I get for the draw. And I lose out on an influence, which would suck. And I'd lose out on a patron too, which would also suck. But God, I don't want to walk back those walls. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four. Yeah, it would walk back all those walls if I did that. But in order to do it, I would need 1, 2, 3 wood. I'd walk back 2 of the walls. And 2 of the workers. And because we did that, I would lose 1 of my patrons and 1 of my might. Dang it. There's no good way to do this. I just don't see it's possible. I would need 1 more craftsman and 3 more wood. To get the stable built and the catapult built. Where am I going to get 3 wood from? Michaelmas. Probably Michaelmas. I can do Michaelmas. Yeah. If I'm lucky. Who knows? I might not be. But if I took it all as wood. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. No time like the present. Okay, we're going to do 2 patrons on entertainment. We're going to get a food for that. That's a good thing. And we're also going to get a loyalty upgrade, which gives us an extra surf. Great. Okay, so that takes care of this one. And then this one gives us another brewery upgrade. So that takes care of those 2 patrons. We're now at level 4 entertainment. Brewery cards coming. We get water and whatever that is, foam. I don't know. Hey, that's enough for a beer token. I'll take it. Water and foam. So we'll take this as a beer token. We'll add that over here. Okay, we still have 2 patrons left. But first, let's do this Michaelmas festival. So we'll spend that patron and we will draw 2 cards. Here's hoping it is fruitful. Michaelmas, 3 and 2, not fruitful, because we don't have a 5. So we're going to have to do it again. I don't know. We could. We'll get $1 for it too. We could do it again. But okay, 3 and 2. We're kind of locking ourselves in if we're not careful. We could go 2 and 3, but then we're really locking ourselves in. This would have to be another 2 and another 3. Really don't like that. I don't want to put any time on any low numbers down here. It's going to make things really tough, or actually impossible. And I don't want to just get one resource. I think that's probably the better bet. Yeah, I guess. This is 2. 2 and 3. Okay, well, do we go again? We might go again. Maybe that's pushing my luck a little bit, but I have only 2 more cards left too before I reshuffle that deck. If I go again, then it's a patron and another serf, but I do get a coin out of it. I'm totally pushing my luck on these freaking festivals. Well, I'm at level 4, so I could spend a money and a bread and then do another tournament, which would give me a night without having to spend money on a night. Well, more money than I already have. I don't like the idea of spending money right now. But I could. If this doesn't work out, especially, then I could. But why am I looking for a lot of money? A lot of resources? Oh, I'm trying to build. That's right. I'm trying to build my catapult and the small stables. And I was looking to use the money to hire the guildsmen to use the lumber. That's right. I was looking to do that instead. So I don't really want to spend any money right now. At all. On the flip side, I'm about to get another dollar. Let's go again. Another patron and entertainment gives us an extra $1. So we're at level 5 now. So now we're at $3. And we're going to spend another another serf rather, to do the 5th level Michaelmas. Okay, here's hoping. Last 2 cards drawn are an 8 and a 7. Oh. Well, that doesn't help me at all, does it? I guess I could do the 8 down here, which would put the 6 there, and then if I needed to, and then the 7 I could put like in the 10 spot. Oh, God, okay. Yeah, I guess 8 there, and the 7 there. Yikes. Okay, that was a waste, but now I shuffle that deck, but more importantly, I could go for another St. Valentine's. I have 1 patron left. It would be a total gamble again. But what does that give me? Not much. At this point, I'm out of reach on getting the catapult or the stables built. I guess I could do the stables still. And that would earn me a food. But I wouldn't get the catapult done. But I need the stables done for the next round anyway. So maybe I just treat it like an investment. I don't know. Okay, those are done. Okay, so let's cut my losses. We are going to spend 2 of our. Are we? Can we? Yeah, I think we can. I think we can. All right, we're gonna come over here. I'll do it all over here. Ooh, that's interesting. Oh, whoops. One moment. I forgot to plug something in. That's my bad. I forgot to plug something in earlier. Let's see if it comes back on its own. Hopefully. I'll wait. One moment. Fingers crossed. Thinking about it. This thing takes forever to power on, sorry. Almost there. And what's the verdict? We are back. Great. Okay, cool. All right, sorry about that. All right. Now, okay, apologies. Now, where were we? We were doing something complicated. We were going to spend 2 of our serfs over there. And I was in the middle of moving this, wasn't I? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're going to spend 2 of our serfs to go here and here in the forestry to get an extra wood. Great. Now we're going to spend this craftsman and the wood to build the small stable. I'll just go halfway so you can see. Okay, small stable's over here. So I marked that off to say we built it. We get another influence. No upgrade for that particular influence. However, now we can start spending resources towards this small stable. Now, I don't have soldiers or patrons, sorry, soldiers or serfs to do these things. So I think I'm going to spend, I'm going to spend $2 to go hire mercenaries. So the first one will be here. I'll get 1 mercenary, so that's 1 soldier, and then the second one will be here for 2 more. So now I have 3 soldiers. It won't matter, but I'll do it anyway. So that's 3 soldiers. I'm going to spend all 3 of them on the small stables. This is probably a bad idea. I don't know. We'll see. So now we come back over there. Small stables. 1, 2, 3. So now the small stables is done, and that gives me a food. And it gives me a money. And it gives me a knight. Okay. Now, I'm going to spend another money to hire 2 more soldiers over here. And we're going to put those out on the wall. So if we come back to the player board, we're going to put this one out here because it's a C level attack. And no, it's an A level attack, which is 3. So I'm going to need him here for that. And then I have an A level attack here, so he's defended. B, he's defended. A, he's defended. So I think we're good there. Okay, so defense, we're good. We need another knight somehow. I don't know how I'm going to get that. I don't know that I have the money to get him. If we can figure that out, though. No. If we can figure out how to get a beer token. Interesting. What does beer tokens do again? I think it's like an extra defense, right? If that's the case, I just need to do one more soldier. And how would I? Oh, I don't have the catapult built. So even if, never mind. I can't get out there even if I wanted to. Okay. I could research tactics, but what's the point? Because I'd get another soldier if I did. That's one way to do it. But I don't need to because I can't get the catapult built regardless. I don't have the resources. So instead, I don't even need that knight, frankly, but it is what it is. I have no other place to spend him other than on tactics. But I could do some mode upgrades. No harm in that. So let's do that. I mean, why not? We'll spend the night on the third level tactic upgrade. And that night will go away. And then, what scene are we on? You can't see that. We'll go there. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So we have done that. So now we get to choose an upgrade. I wonder which one we're likely to see. Well, we're going to have to spend a battering ram. So let's do logs, which gives us a soldier. Okay. Now we're going to spend both soldiers up on the moat, doing the work on some moat upgrades. So we're going to come over here and we're going to do 1. Now this gives us a wood, a moat upgrade. So in the moat, we'll go from 2 to 3. Now we're at 3 level moat. And then we also get a might. Okay. Okay. That leaves us with 1 patron and a bunch of food. Well, because we have food and money, we could do a tournament. But if we do a tournament, then we'll get more knights that we can't use. So I feel like we shouldn't do that. Instead, we could give it to money and food to the small chapel. If we could just figure out that wood. Where did that wood go? Didn't I get a wood just now? I didn't use it. I did. I didn't receive it. Okay, well, that means I can give all 3 of the items to the small chapel right now. And why that's important is because I can start generating patrons finally. And it increases my influence, which is an end game scoring objective. So let's do that. Wood, money, food. All 3 gone. And that you can't see. I'll come over here. It's imperfect, but you'll get the idea. Okay, so then it is food, wood, and money. That gives me another patron. So I have 2 patrons now. A increase in, I'm now generating 1 patron every round. And it goes up on influence, which gives me another craftsman. Cool. So I'll mark off that I received all 3 of those. Okay, so now the small chapel is complete. We have 4 food related remaining. We need 3 of them to feed our people for this round. And we have 2 patrons. So what do we want to do with our patrons? Well, oh, we did get a craftsman. That's right. Okay. Two patrons. No, it's actually 3 patrons. I had 2 patrons. I just got one. It was over there. So it's 3 patrons, I think. I hope I got that right. I could put them in governance, which would give me another surf every round, and it would give me a surf now. Which I could use to upgrade some stuff. What else could I do? I could put them over there, which gets me prepared to work on the large stable. That's boring. But it would give me wood, and that wood I could use with my new craftsman to build a new building, which could also mean I build the stables. But also boring, doesn't really help me right now. I don't need food right now. Entertainment. Don't really want to do that right now. I do like the idea of getting increased surf production. I feel like the smart play is to prepare for the large stables. Even though it's not sexy. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. It's silly, but it just, it just feels like the right preparation step. So we're going to spend all 3 of our patrons on Warcraft. So we're going to come over there so you can see Warcraft there. There, that's good. Okay, so all 3 of these are going to go over there. So it's going to go 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3 to 4, 5, 6, which gives us a wood. And that remaining craftsman and wood now build the large stables, which gives us an extra influence. Great. And now we are prepared at the end of at the start of the next round. We can devote these resources to the large stable. Oh, sorry, we could devote these resources to the large stable. I don't feel like we're going to do very well this round in terms of discontent, but that's all right. We'll see how it goes. We have 1 food left over. Should we do anything with it? Is there anything to do with it? We don't have the chapel unlocked. I think we might just be out of luck because we've already done the tournaments. I don't have any money left. There's no place to donate it. I don't see any other way to spend the food. So it is lost to us. Fine. All right, food gone. Now let's see how we did with our defense, shall we? So A is a level 3 attack. It is gone. This worker's gone, but it's defended. A is a level 3 attack. It is gone, but it is defended. Okay, that is done. Okay. Level C is a 2-point attack that is fully absorbed by the wall. C is a 2-point attack absorbed by the wall. B is a 2-point attack absorbed by the wall. That is defended. This one was the concern. It is a 3-level attack. And I'm going to spend the hot oil to offset that extra attack. Sorry, not hot oil. No, not hot oil. Logs. Okay, logs have been spent. And that is a thwarted attack. Last one is an A, which is a 3-point attack. This soldier is gone, and that is defended. Okay. We gain 2 loyalty, I think. I believe it's loyalty. Yes, loyalty. Now, because we gained 2 loyalty, but we ended up where this was not defended, that means we got 1 discontent. Right. Yes, okay. When do we gain the discontent, though? Is it at the beginning of the round? I think it's at the beginning of the round. Let's see. I'm just going to go back to the beginning of the round and see if it's talked about there. I'm pretty sure it is. Sorry. That's the first time I've actually not completed one of those. So I just want to make sure I... Okay. Okay, I believe it's 1 discontent. So I would have gained 2 discontent. Oh, sorry, I would have gained 2 loyalty. But I only gain 1 because I have a discontent. I think that's how that works. I'm getting that totally wrong. I feel like I'm getting that wrong. The aftermath. Okay, castle defense. End of the round. Okay, there it is. Ah, okay. Okay, so I do gain both of the loyalty because that happens later. I did complete all of the raids, so I do get both of the loyalty. Yeah, okay, so I get 2 loyalty, 1, 2, and then at the end of the round, this card is flipped over and this one progresses over to it, but mine does not, and I don't get this benefit. So at the beginning of the round, now if I look at that, I go to the right is 1, so I get 1 discontent. So I circle the discontent on the board. Okay. I did feed all my people, so the food gets discarded. No discontent from that. All right. Start of the round. Let's shuffle some cards. Okay, those are shuffled. All right. Now, we get one of these. God, every time. There's no way that was shuffled. That's the same card three times in a row. I'm going to shuffle these more than that. I mean, I know there's only 6 of them, but if I get that card again, I guess I'm just going to keep it because there we go. That's at least different. All right. So that's one. And now we get, since it's 4th round, going over here, over here. Okay. Oh, we finally got cover, which we have cover to defend, so that's fine. Can't use dudes to defend. And the hot oil's over there. And it's the gate. It's the first attack on the gate. Okay. So A's are 3s. So if I can upgrade the walls twice, great. If not, I can put some soldiers on that and defend. Towers are B's. That's going to be a problem. Maybe a knight. So a soldier and a knight, both sides. Yikes. And then the gate. Okay, I guess we're building gates. I've been kind of putting off that gate because nobody's been bothering me about it, but it's coming. All right, drawing 2 cards over here. What are we doing? Spies gains research tactics. Well, I already got 1 victory point if I do that, but it'd be getting fewer. Do I go tactician, even though it's fewer patrons? Nah. Oh, I did that again, didn't I? Well, we'll flip over this one and this one. Thankfully, those are not complicated. I always do that with this game. Okay. Well, it doesn't change this decision any. Let's go tactics. Okay. Scout. So, back to here. We're already pretty much there. We'll come all the way over, though. You can see that. Okay, good. Okay, so it'll be 3 patrons. Oh, sorry, 3 serfs. 4 craftsmen. Whoa. 3 wood. 2 patrons. And 1 money. And then we generate 1 more serf. We generate 1 craftsman. We get 2 materials. Look at that. We have an equal number of craftsmen to materials. That's a nice to have. We get 1 more patron. Okay. 2 money. Okay. 3 food. That's good. And now we need 4, though. Actually, 6. That's no good. 2 soldiers. And no Kniggets. Okay, so that's that. So we need 3 food. And we need to build the catapult. this round, and it's going to take 7 strength to attack this next raiding target. But I also have to build the battering ram. So I don't have to build the catapult. I need to build the battering ram. And the large crane. And the trebuchet. Yikes. But not this round. Well, maybe I spend a bunch of my construction building those items. But do I care? I might not care. Because if I don't do that, if I just ignore them the rest of the game, then it's 2 and then 3, so it's 5 more. So that would be 6 discontent. Would be 10 points lost. That sucks. Okay, well, if that's the case, if I'm building the battering ram, then it is that and this for the battering ram, plus the money to research it. Okay, so that's the battering ram done. But then I got to build next for the next round. I'm going to have to build the large crane. So the large crane will go here. And then I guess I actually could build the trebuchet early too. But I'd have to research both of those. So that's going to be $3 right there. So that would take care of the siege craft requirements. I think that's worth it though. Okay. Yeah, well, we'll just call it like it is. It is what it is. We're going to do that. We're going to spend all of those resources. That unlocks all this tech. We're going to go battering ram and large crane and trebuchet. And for those, we're going to get 1 might, 2 might. So that's an extra patron. And another soldier. And another serf. Okay. So those are all done. And we now have all the siegecraft necessary. The only thing we don't have is the large stables. So let's get to that. What do we need to get the food necessary? We don't need to worry about the food for the large stable right now. And in fact, we can't. We're going to have to worry about the large, actually contributing to the large stable next round. It's already built, but it is going to be what it's going to be. I've got to focus on getting 2 food out there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can get 2 more food. 2 more food, not 3. Really? Is there no other way to get food? I mean, I guess I could try my luck at Michaelmas again. That feels heavily like gambling at this stage. But it's only 1 more step away. No, it's 2 more steps. I just spend... And I'm not even talking about defense. I just don't see how that's going to happen at all. That's without even talking about building the gate. So if I don't do that, and I instead worry about getting 1 more wood to build the gate. But even if I build the gate, the defense on the gate is not likely to be low. So the gate's only going to give me 1. I don't see that. I guess I could spend the 1 hot oil I've got to defend against that if it's a C. If I build it. Could just put some soldiers out there too. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have any guys left by the time it gets there. That's tough. This one's going to get me underwater pretty quick. I don't know what's going to happen.
2 days later.
And so what I did is I paid for all the siegecraft for both rounds 4 and 5 at the beginning of round 4. But that overextended me just a little too far. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to back off the siegecraft that I need for round 5, and I'm just going to do that in round 5. And I'm going to use those resources somewhere else during round 4 instead. So I'm going to start this stream by retconning my first action that I took in round 4, which was to pay for the research in the trebuchet. So that's 1 coin back. And also that means that I don't get the might or the soldier. So I'm going to go ahead and take that soldier off. I no longer have that. And then the might actually unlocked a patron, which I no longer get either because I am backing off of the might that I just earned. Okay. Tactician is researched tactics. I've got 2 researched tactics, which is 1 victory point. So, okay, minimum. And then we'll see in the 5th round which one we get. But that's where we stand. So I just wanted to cover that off. So just to give myself a nice, good, clean edit point, because I am planning on editing these 2 videos together, the one I did on Sunday for part 1 and this video finishing it off at part 2. So I'm going to give myself a quick pause in the audio. Great. That should be enough of a pause for me to be able to see it. So now from here on out, we're just going to kick into round 4 and keep playing. Okay, so first and foremost, I'm going to spend these 4 serfs right here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to mark 4 spots in our farm. So it's going to be 1, 2, and this gives me a bread, so I'll take a bread. And it also gives me an increase in my food production, so we'll take that increase now. So for our final round, we'll be producing, come on, Ben, you can do it. There you go. We'll be producing 4 food, probably. Yeah, and then 3 here, and 4 gives me 1 more bread. Okay, so that is 5 bread. Is that enough? I don't think it's enough. I don't know why I didn't end up with enough bread. Why didn't I? Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can get another bread going later. Okay, so but we got to get the moat also. We got to upgrade the moat. So we're going to spend 1 soldier, one of the 2 that I got at the start of the round, and 1 of serf, and we're going to do the moat 2 times. So we're going to go here, and then here gives us 1 wood. We'll take that wood now, and then 1 moat level, which we will do right now. So on our moat, we're going to take 3 here, and we're going to bump it to 4. So now we're at moat level 4, which should be enough to fend off that siege tower coming our way. All right. So where does that leave us? Leaves us 1 bread short, I think. Why don't we go ahead and get I think we'll end up having to get another serf some other way. But let's worry about that later. And I might even get bread from doing like Michaelmas or something. I don't know. We'll see. What was I going to say? Oh, that's interesting. I could put a soldier in my large stable, and that would give me a bread as the first reward. So if I can get a soldier, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Yeah, in fact, I can even do a tactic, which wouldn't suck. And that would give me a soldier as long as it's a tactic I haven't researched yet. So that might be the thing to do. Anyway, I can get the bread. So with that in mind, then I think let's go ahead and do our siege. Ooh, but I can't. Let me think about that because I need 7. If we look here, I need 7 might to go do that siege. And I don't know that I have that right now. Nor do I even know how I'm going to achieve it. So let's come back and let's take a look at what we can do about that. We're going to need some Kniggets. We have $1. That is not enough to go and hire a Knigget right now because we're more than one step away from our knighting, from our knights that are available from our allies. So we could train, but if we don't have enough in worship to train. We would need to spend a little bit in worship to do that. What do we want to do about that? Good. I actually did bring my water. Good for me. I'm proud. Okay. Now, what do I want to do about this? This is going to get tricky. Let's scoot over here so you can see the other side of the board. Because right now you can only see the one side. Boop, 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 boop. Do. Okay, a little bit of shucking and jiving there, but there you go. Okay, so we'll see this side of the board for a minute. A couple things we need to do, but we definitely need to figure out how we're going to get that force up there. Because I'm behind is the problem. I'm behind here, so it's 2 force and then 5, so it's 7 force. That means I need like 4 knights. No, yeah, it'd be 4 knights or 3 knights and a soldier. How am I going to achieve that? I just don't know. I could spend a bread and a money to get a knight at the tournament. If I could somehow get another money, then I could get a second knight that same way, but I don't know where I'm going to get that money from. Okay, that's a possibility. I do have 2 workers, or 2 craftsmen. Is that going to help me anywhere? Maybe. Need to earn some cash. Not seeing it. Looking around. The only thing I can think of here is to try to play Michaelmas and get some money. Because that's money and food, and I have 5 levels in entertainment, so I could do 2 tournaments to try to get 2 knights. That's only 4 energy, though, or 4 combat strength with 2 knights. So even if I did that, I would then need to somehow come up with 3 soldiers. I could probably do two soldiers easy enough. But how do I do three? So we have a large stable built. If I invest in, is it cheaper to do that? Might be. Hell, do I do the trebuchet just to get a soldier and a mite, which gives me another patron? Maybe I redo that. Maybe that is the thing to do, because then if I do that, then what I could do is spend 2 of my patrons to increase worship to level 4. Oh, but I can't do that 6. That's way too many. I wouldn't need to be able to do this twice, but I can't do this twice. The Knight's Training. I can't do Knight's Training twice because I need to get it to level 6, and that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 patrons just to get it to level 6, and then I wouldn't have patrons left over to do that. I would have one. No, I wouldn't have one. I would just have these unlockable, but I wouldn't have the patrons left to actually do that. Can I get patrons some other way? That's just a lot of investment to try to get that far. And that's just to get 2 knights, to say nothing of anything else. It's true, though, that I might get soldiers from that, depending on how I draw the cards. So that could be 2, 4, 5, 6 if I get lucky on 2 draws. So if I could somehow figure out how to get 2 more patrons, then, oh, but I can pay for them. Oh, interesting. I just need $1 more. Well, I need $2 more because I have to pay to research the trebuchet if I'm going to do that. So I'm going to be short $2. Where am I going to get money from? Really, you come down to Michaelmas again. So I might have to short myself on the farms to get 2 of my guys back and then just not feed my people. It might be that simple. Ah, dang it. But I've already done Michaelmas as much as I can, and I'd need to get to level 7 on entertainment in order to do it even 1 more time, let alone 2. Well, this is a tricky wicket here. But the tournaments I can do. Man, that's tough. How am I going to do this? If I win those tournaments, I get soldiers, but there's no guarantee that I will. Ooh, that is rough. Okay. I don't know what's worse, not feeding my people or not getting my defensive rating done, but well, let's find out. Is it 1 discontent per missing food? Discontent and joy. Not paying the required food. Yeah. Is it 1 per required food or what? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Food. I don't know that there's really any other place in the book that's going to even talk about it except for the end of the road, or end of the round rather. So I can't imagine. It just says players gain discontent from not paying the required food. Preparation step of the castle defense phase. Okay, so let's look at castle defense preparation. For each food the player cannot pay, they must gain 1 discontent. Oh. Because if then I come over here, it says players gain discontent. No, when gaining discontent, players should do that, do that, do that. Right. I get that. There we go. And from not attacking the enemy castle each round. 1 discontent per face down scenario card to the right of their tent. So I'm going to end up with 2. So I'd end up with 2 discontent if I don't do that raid. And then next round, I'll end up with 3 discontent. So a total of 5 more discontent between now and the end of the game. On the other hand, I have to pay 4 food. And if I don't have all 4, then for every one I'm missing is 1 discontent per food missing. So I'm not thinking I'm going to mess around with food, because I'm going to end up with 6 discontent if I don't have any food left over. So I have to, and that's just from this round. So I really have to watch it, because discontent is going to be a massive amount of points if I let that add up. It's fine if you have a little bit, but once you have more than 3 or 4, it gets painful fast from a scoring perspective. So I need to think about this hard. Do I push my luck on food for the sake of avoiding 2 discontent up there? Maybe, because the rewards might be worth it. But I'm also going to face a little bit of discontent, I think, from the incoming raids. So I have to be careful. I'm going to be getting discontent from a couple different places, and I could get really hairy fast. If it wasn't for needing to amass an army to go to do these raids, I'd be fine. But of course, that's the classic argument, right? You can't raid without an army. All right. What am I going to do here? Getting the army is going to be an all-consuming problem. So, for the sake of argument, I could, what's the word? I could do bread and money for the level 4 tournament. So that would be level 4 tournament right there. And that would give me a bravery. Okay. And a chance to get a soldier in addition to the knight. Okay. Now, where am I going to get more money from? Michaelmas, but I can't, as we talked about it, I can't afford it. Because then I'm going to, if I do that to afford Michaelmas, that's true. I can use, I can't use, okay, interesting. So I can't use craftsmen to go on raids. Only military people can do that, of course. But you can use craftsmen to do defense. So what I could do is use the craftsman I gain for level 7 of entertainment in place of that soldier up there, and then use that soldier to go out and do the raid. So that can be used as one of my 7. And then I would possibly gain 2 more from the knight, 1 more from this soldier. So that would put it at 2, 3, 4. I'd be at 4 of my 7. Okay. What else can I do? Is there any way that I can get one more bravery? No, not easily. Now, I could spend one of my patrons to do the level 5 tactic, which would give me another soldier. That would put me at 5. But that doesn't help me for money. Is there any place I can go real quick to get money? Like, it's literally Michaelmas, I think. And that's all. See, Llamas down here just says draw 2 cards, but oh, and I think Llamas are the banners. Never mind, that's not going to get me any money there. What am I missing? Anything? I'm kind of stuck when it comes to money right now. I could, if I back off two of my farms and get 2 of my serfs back, I could build the, nope, can't do that because I don't have the investment in governance necessary. I was going to say I could build the medium mint and it would give me 1 money because I have the resources to build it. But in order to get the medium mint, I'd have to put 3 patrons, which is all the patrons that I have, up into governance, which all that would give me is 1 extra serf right now. So that would do it, but I wouldn't be able to. Do I need these down here? Hold on. Let's think about that. Let's think about that. If I were to put 3 patrons here, I would go up here to 5, get a serf. I already have enough craftsmen and wood to build the medium mint, and then I would use the serf that I just gained to build the mint, which would give me $1. I would then use that $1 to do another tournament, and then I would get another knight and potentially another soldier. If I did that, then I would earn 2 influence for both of the tournaments. 2 influence, you can't see this, but 2 influence is enough to give me 1 more patron. Okay, are we there yet? I think we might be, because if we do that, then I'd have 2, 4, possibly 5, 6, 7 from that knight up there that's currently on the castle. Whew. I think that is the thing to do. I can't think of a better move. Only problem is I got to win both those tournaments or I'm going to be up shit creek without a paddle. Because I won't have any money to buy soldiers from my mercenaries. And I will have an extra patron, but so what? That might be enough, maybe. Oh, Lord. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I think it is kind of the best plan, the best option I have. Why not? Let's go with it. I don't know what else to do. Oh, I'm going to get a soldier for this loyalty I'm going to get by going to governance. I think we'll be okay. I think we're going to be okay. We'll see how it goes. All right, so we're just going to go with the plan. 3 into governance. The first one gives me a loyalty. So that's 1 of those. And that loyalty. I'm just not going to move them over just because it's easy just to tell you what it is. I mark that off, and that gives me a soldier because of that where it happened to fall on the track. Okay, great. So now I have a soldier. Cool. Now for my next one is just an empty level 4. But now my last one is level 5, which gives me a serf. Now I have a serf. And it now lets me produce a serf every round. So now I'm going to produce 2 serfs on the last round. Cool. More importantly, though, that now unlocks the medium mint, like I said. So now I'm going to spend those 2, wood and a craftsman, to build the medium mint. And that serf that I just got, this one, is going to go work the medium mint. So now we have a functional medium mint, and that increases the amount of money we generate for the last round of the game. Not a bad thing. It also gives me an extra $1, which is exactly what we were hunting for this whole time, which we will then invest down here. So there's our $1. And then it gives me an influence. So I'm 1 step away from earning an additional patron. So that's the influence. So our medium mint is now done. Cool. Now, let's do our 2 tournaments and see how we go. We're going to spend the first one. So this is level 4's tournament. I have that unlocked, so that's legal. Level 4's tournament, 1 bravery. Bravery goes up by 1 step away from another serf, but not quite there. So that's the bravery. And now we get a knight. Thank God. Okay. Got the knight. Now we get to draw and see if we win the tournament. And if we do, then we get a soldier and an additional influence, which will give us a serf. We'll see. 1 and 2. Okay, it is a draw because we both attack to the same place. So that's draw. That's draw number 1. Okay, that is a draw because, oh no, that is a loss, I think. I think that's a loss. I kind of drew them backwards, but I'm not gonna retcon it. It is what it is. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It would have been a loss regardless. Okay, so I lost that tournament and did not get the extra goodness. That sucks. Okay, so now we're going to do a tournament again. And that is these 2 resources here. And so now we get another bravery, and that bravery gives us a serf. Great. Serfs are hard to get. I'll take it. And then we get another knight. Great. And we get to go again on the tournament. Okay, that is a draw because we both land our shots. So we're going to move on. I win the tournament because my lance lands here and he's not blocking there, and I'm blocking here and he hits me in the same spot. So he hits me in my shield and I land my strike. I win that tournament. Amazing. Okay, so that tournament gives me an extra influence, which gives me another patron. Amazing. And this was the 5th one, right? So that's that. And then the extra soldier. Okay, let's do a quick accounting of where we are. I'll move over to the other board, and you can see where we stand. Okay, so after all is said and done, and our new resources are on hand, we can now see that I'm up to 11 in influence, which is great. I've now achieved Bellwether, at least the minimum for Bellwether. I need 1 more might, and I will get it if I get the trebuchet built next round. And when I do, then I will have achieved 8 victory points for the column bonus, which is really cool. So that's something. Now, did we get enough? I think we did. let me see. No, not quite, but I think we can get there. Okay, so we have 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7 is up there, but we still need somebody to defend. Well, I think that's enough, though. Okay, so let's look up here. So if I take this remaining craftsman I have and I stick him up here to defend, right? That frees up that soldier. Soldier can now come down. I now have exactly 7 might that I'm going to place out here on this card just to illustrate the situation. Right. Okay, there's my 7 might. 5 for that, 2 for that, because I'm behind. I have 2 food. This may not be a good idea because that's going to leave me with 1 food, so I'm going to end up with 3 discontent unless I can figure out a different way to get more food. But I don't think that's going to happen. We'll see. I have money, so I don't know if that's going to help me at all, but is this the thing to do? I think it might be. The benefit is a wood and money, which isn't all that great. Do I do it? If not, I just got all those resources for nothing. I feel like we do it. And we just see what happens. It's round 4. I'm going to have 1 food left, so I'm going to take 3 discontent from that. Unless I can figure out a different way to get food. I would need 2 more serfs. I have 1. I would need to figure out a way to get another one. I'm not 100% sure how I would do that. There's a couple places where I can try to generate another serf. Ooh, we get 4 bravery and 1 might, which would give me another pay. Okay, all right, let's go with it, and we'll see if we can't. With the resources we gain, is that enough? I don't know. So there's our 2 bread. We have the battering ram. We have the black horse. So that is all of the requirements required to conduct this raid. And that is what we're going to do. So all of those are going to come off. That is flipping over. And this comes here. And he's going to meet me over here anyway. So he's going to be there. I get $1 or a coin and a wood. Cool. That flips over here. Now, that takes care of that raid. I don't know how well I'm going to do here. We'll see. But we'll come back to that in a moment. Now, so we have our coin and our extra wood there. We have 1 food left over, as we talked about. Now, importantly, because we completed the raid, we now get 4 bravery. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. That gives us another soldier. And it also gives us 1 extra might, which gives us another patron. Okay. So with 2 patrons, is there enough to try to get another serf somehow? I don't know of a way to earn serfs other than St. Valentine's. And I do have enough to try St. Valentine's once. But I wouldn't have enough to do it again. That seems like a hell of a risk, but I don't know what else to do. When you're doing castle defense, that's interesting. Yeah, no, that's not going to help me for this round. Is there some other way to make a surf? I'm going to have to get super lucky on a St. Valentine's to try that. Like I literally have to draw a male 1 or a female 6, and that's it. Unless I get lucky and draw the same pairing and the same number, and then I can do it. So my odds are low, but I don't know what else to do. No, I don't think I even have enough for that. I do have enough. The other option, I guess, is that I could do entertainment twice and then use the 1 surf I have to do Michaelmas 1 time and pray that I land numbers enough to hit one of these combos that will give me food and money. I think that's the best I can do. I think we're going to do that because it gives us another craftsman, which we can use for defense. It gives us another it gives us another. It gives me some brewery, which is fine. I don't really care about that. I mean, it's useful, but it doesn't help me for now. But I think if the chances of hitting at least one of these is decent. If nothing else, it doesn't matter what I do. I can at least go here and get 1 food, which will reduce my discontent by 1. So that's an option. Yeah, why not? Let's gamble on Michaelmas. I don't know what else to do. We got to get food, and that's the best chance I have of getting enough food in 1 shot. So it's the best move I have, I think. So plus it advances entertainment, which gets me close to more surfs and whatnot. So if nothing else, I can use it as a Hail Mary next round. Okay, so you can't see that? No, you can't see that. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go this way so you can see. Whoop, too far. Dang lag again, man. You got to love it. Okay, good enough. All right, so I've got 2 guys over here on entertainment. This is our 2 patrons. So we're going to go 1 and 2. So we get an additional craftsman. Great. Actually, I have some wood left over. We could build something with him. We'll see. And we get a brewery. So the brewery is 2 cards. And we get, looks like hops and whatever the foam is called. So we'll go, I guess we'll go this way. And we just need a water now, and we could get another beer token. Okay. So now those are done. Now we can come over here because we're level 7 entertainment. We can now do the level 7 Michaelmas Festival. So we'll spend our final surf over here to do that, and that'll let us do the Michaelmas tournament for level 7. Here we go. We got a 4 and a 1. Now, where can we spend the 4? Anywhere? No. A 1? No. Are you kidding me? I have no choice but to... Wow. 4 and a 1. That's a bummer. I guess I'm going to get 1 food for that whole thing. Yikes. Do I not have a choice? If I came up here, would that have done it? No. 3 and 4 wouldn't have done it either. 4 is a 7. I'm just staring at it as if the math is going to suddenly work out in my favor, and it's not going to. And I know that. Wow. Okay. So I don't have a choice. It is what it is. We're going to go 4 plus 1 equals 1 food. Oh, I did. I got all this too. I just didn't mark it off earlier. Okay. Well, it is what it is. I did my best. At least, if nothing else, I got one more food, and that reduces my discontent by one. So, if nothing else, it's a step in the right direction. It's not great, but I'll take whatever help I can get. Okay, so now back to here. We're going to take our 2 food and we're going to put them up here to try to fend off a little bit of discontent. Now I'm going to look around for a minute and see if there's any place I can go that will no, that doesn't work. I can build the medium chapel, but for just an extra influence, that's not really going to get me anything. Is there anything worth building? Built the mine. I could build the medium keep, but I don't have a patron to stick in it. If I did, I'd get a knight for the first step. No. Okay. No, because the only 2 tactics that I have unlocked are logs and covers. I don't have any logs left over, so that would be handy, and I could use it in the siege tower if I needed to. There's no harm in doing that. I could get an extra log and an extra cover, maybe. The attack values are high enough. I'm kind of tempted to get 2 more covers and an extra log with the wood that I have left over, and then just use these guys for extra defense. We never built the gate, so that might be where our defense comes in. We might stick them on the gate and see if we can't reduce the damage there. All right, I guess that's probably the thing to do. I do have money left over, so I should try to spend that. I should maybe research the trebuchet so I don't have to spend money next round on doing the research, at least. That might be the thing to do. Is there anything better to do with it? I can't think of anything else. Like, the medium keep, yeah, but I don't see anything better to do from a build perspective. I'm just looking around and everything that I could build, building wise, just isn't bang for our buck worth it. There is a rampart, which would give me a soldier. Doesn't cost anything, but it's just trading 1 for 1, which is nice if you need it for raiding, but otherwise you're just doing it for a muster token to try to get to muster tokens later. So, yeah, I think we're just going to leave it where it's at. Now, that being said, because they are interchangeable, getting the rampart now would set me up to getting a muster token for the last round if I wanted to do that. And there's literally no difference in the value. I'm not even going to show you. It's just literally spending the craftsman at the rampart. Of course, I put it in the wrong spot. And you get a soldier in return. So it's really just a straight swap. But all I'm doing is unlocking level 2 of ramparts later if I wanted to do that. So he comes out and he comes in. Now we've got 2 soldiers. Okay, so 2 soldiers. We're sticking you both on the gates. Blam and blam. I'll show you that in a minute. Money, let's is it worth it? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, what I'm thinking is money-wise is I could spend it to hire a patron. And if I hire a patron, then I can use that patron for maybe like the level 2 St. Valentine's festival. But again, that's just a pure gamble. And then I'm out the money, which I could use for the trebuchet. And that's a for sure need to do thing. So I'm just going to spend the money and research the trebuchet. That's the non-sexy thing to do. Okay. As we said before, we're going to need to use 2 covers this round, so we're going to get 2 more covers, and then we're going to do 1 more log for our 3 remaining wood. Okay, so that's that. That leaves us with a bear token. Great. Okay, that leaves us no choice now but to do castle defense. So I'm not even going to look because it says pay food equal to the round, 1 discontent per missing food. I could have just read that and it would have told me. But regardless, we know we have 2 food up there. I'll show you. 2 food, not 4. So 2 discontent. So 2 discontent. I'm not happy about it. It is what it is. If I have the resources left over, I might do some Llamas Festival, try to get some hearts to offset some of that discontent. We'll see. That might be something we look at next round. Okay, so we've done our food. Now we've deployed our people. We have our 1 soldier up here. We've got our 2 at the gates, ready to try to defend that. Oh, I shouldn't have turned that card over, shouldn't I? Because I need those numbers for now. Ooh, I might have to it is an A, so it's a 3 attack. I might have to eat one of them soldiers for this gate attack, for this wall attack, because I only have a 2 wall. I might not have a choice there. Oh, I have stone though. I do have 1 rock I can use, so that's probably what I'll do. I'll do that. Okay, I haven't gotten the rocks unlocked though, so that's something to think about for later if I do decide to spend it. Hi. Okay. All right. Okay, so here it says reveal face down attack cards. And that's after I've placed everybody. Oh, goody. Okay, so I guess we're going to find out how bad these are. B and C. Okay, B is not good. I don't have anybody over there, but I do have a bolt. So I think I'll be okay there. C, I'll be okay. So I'll use my bolt to defend there. We got the cover for C. We knew about that. The gate is D. D is 4. That's a problem. I'm going to probably take a discontent for that. Am I? Yeah, because well, no, I have a beer. I can do it. I can do it. I can use the hot oil. I can use the 2 guys I got on the gate. And then I can use my beer token to buff one of those guys by 1. Nice. We're going to make it. All right. This is cool. All right. So let's start at the beginning here. We got the walls attack. They're both 3s. So this guy plus those 2 is the top A taken care of. And then down here, we've got 2 plus rocks to offset one of those damage. So we're good on the bottom A. So we're going to take that rock. I'm marking it off. You can't really see, but I'm taking that rock now. I've marked it off. But that takes care of this card. Nice. Okay, battering ram. Battering ram is an E attack. E is 4, and our moat is 4. So we have fully defended that. Great. And, oh, because that is a strong attack, I get an extra bravery. Cool. Now I'm one step away from another surf. Okay. That takes care of that. Now this is the tricky one, B and C. So towers, I have 1 tower over here. B is 3. So that means I need to stave off 2. I don't think I'm going to get that done no matter what I do. So maybe I just don't eat the bolt. Because I don't have anybody on this quadrant. And I only have the 1 tower. Likewise, C is 2. I could do the bolt here to fend that off, but it doesn't complete the card. So we're going to leave that face up. And because we're going to take a discontent for that, I think. But we knew we were probably going to. And that is what it is. I don't think that there's any other way around that. I don't have any extra bolts and I don't have guys, so that is what it is. Okay. C is 2 points and it requires cover, so I'm going to burn 2 covers. 1 and 2. Okay, that takes care of that. And then finally, here is D. D is 4, and it's on the gate. I don't have the gate. I never even built it. So 1, 2 plus hot oil. So I'm marking off my hot oil. And then I'm spending a beer token for the 4th. So hot oil gives me 1, beer token gives me 1, those 2 dudes gives me 1, and that defends it. Okay, and then it says, right, loyalty minus the defiance. I forget what the name of that is, the determination. This is 3, and so I'm -1 is 2, so I earn 2 loyalty. 2 loyalty. That gives me 1 step from another surf. So I am 1 step from another surf on bravery and 1 step from another surf on loyalty. Not bad. Okay. And then discontent for, what does that say? That's one I don't know. Castle defense, I don't understand that one. The aftermath. Okay, so since I gained 3 loyalty and it's round 4, then I earn 1 discontent because the delta is 1. Got it. Okay, so we've for those keeping score at home, you can probably see it down on the very, very bottom of the screen there. I am at 4 discontent. Not terrible. I'm losing 6 points from that. So I might try to get a little joy in the round 5 if I can manage it, but I think I'm managing okay-ish so far. I don't know what my score is going to be, but so far I think we're okay. So, all right, let's reset for the last round. Quick shuffle. Thanks for joining me, anybody who's out there. Hope you're enjoying. Okay. So now I'm going to try to respect these a little bit more. Ooh, are you kidding me? Youch. All right. Starting off with a bang here. I'm going to quickly shuffle these. Giving these a really good shuffle because it's the last round. I want to make sure we're nice and randomized. Have I mentioned I hate shuffling mini cards? Okay, I'm going to give these a quick cut. Great. All right. Looks like we got some arrows coming in. This is face up. This is face down. We've got, oh, I was right. We're going to need some cover, and I'm glad I bought a little extra. At least we know what that is. This is face up, and this is face down. So that's a siege tower. That's good. Unless it's a 5, I'm defended on the siege tower, so I don't have to really worry about that, hopefully. But I have a battering ram. No, I have logs. I do have 1 log. So I could buff that even if it is. So I know I'm good there. B is 3. And C is 3. Okay, so these are all 3s. These are A's. So what I could try to do, I don't think I can afford to do I'll do 4 walls next round. No matter what I do. I do have the large crane, so technically I could do it. But that's 4 craftsmen and 4 wood just to do that. That's a lot. So there might need to be some buffing going on there. So we'll see how that goes. We'd still only generate 2 soldiers and no knights. That's a problem. And I'm probably just not going to go for that raid because it's a strength 6. And I'd only be losing 1 discontent by not doing it. And it just doesn't give me anything. It gives me a beer token, which, okay, that's great. A muster token, okay, fine also. I'd rather just invest in my infrastructure and then 1 money. So I don't know. I might just ignore that last one and take the 1 discontent. Well, let's see what we get on the draw, right? On this draw here. We'll put that here for now so we can see the... Oh, that's right. We're not done yet. We got 1 last one. Whoops. This is face up. Okay. Also a siege tower, and it's a strength 4. So we're okay there. We got lucky on siege towers being 2 of the 6 that we now have to fend off. So we really only have to focus on these 4. That's not bad. I can just focus on the... And I don't even have to focus on this. I'm pretty sure I'm good there, unless it's really bad. I mean, I don't have a lot of cover. I guess I could spend some wood over there if I can figure that out. So worst case, I'm taking 1 discontent for not having enough cover. As long as I can handle the walls somehow. If I can't afford to do the walls, maybe I just spend a bunch of wood on rocks. But I can only defend rocks on this one for the stairs, so that's maybe not enough. Or for the ladder. Stairs? Ladder? Ladder? Ladders. Okay. Well, what that could mean, though, is, no, I don't think it matters. I think I'm going to end up having to do all the walls regardless in order to get these other ones done. But I guess it means I need to have fewer defenders on the walls too. Yeah, I don't know that there's any way around it. I don't think we need this anymore because I don't know that we've got, I'll put it off to the side in case we do, but, oh, you can still see it. That's good. All right, well, either way, let's, since we're not behind anymore, we now get a 2-card choice. We're going to choose between Excavator, Constructed Moat. I am at level 4, so that would be 2 victory points. Or St. Valentine's Festival Pairs. I have 0 Festival Pairs. So I'd be sacrificing 2 victory points in exchange for 2 coins, whereas Excavator would give me no coins. I'm going to generate 3 silver, so it's not really bad, but I would love to have some extra money going into this last round. But I gotta lie. I can't lie. Look at this. I get an extra craftsman, and I get an extra patron on Excavator too. So I'm just gonna take that. I think that's the better route. Okay, so we're gonna pull this and we're gonna come down here. So we'll do, where are we? There, that's good. Okay, so we'll get 4 serfs, 3 craftsmen. Okay, 3 wood. And 3 patrons, but no money. Okay, so now Excavator comes up here as our last goal here. Okay. Okay, now we start with production. So we produce 2 more serfs. Nice. We produce now 1 craftsman. Cool. We produce 2 materials, so 2 more wood. We produce 1 patron even. That's nice. This last round. 3 silver. There's our only money this last round. Okay. And then 4 food. Well, we need to produce 2 foods somewhere. And since we're not going to go on that last raid, I guess I researched the trebuchet for no reason, but I should have thought a little bit more ahead about that, but that's all right. So there's 4 food. Okay. And then 2 soldiers. Wow. This is a beefy last round, but still no knights. All right, every time we start one of these rounds, I always think I've got a ton of resources, and then suddenly, magically, it all just vanishes on me somehow. Maybe we just buy a bunch of tactics. We do have research tactics as a goal, so if I wanted to, I could research 2 tactics and then spend a bunch of wood on materials. And that would give me an extra victory point. On the other hand, walls, I could construct, as it is, I could construct 4 segments of wall just on its own. And in so doing, I would gain 1, 2, 3, 4. I would gain, no, walls, right? So actually it is 1, 2, 3, 4. I would get 2 patrons and another might, which would put me up to 9 victory points on that column. And doing that, my walls would all be level 3 and would defend everything except for one of those wall attacks. So I would really just need to put one of my soldiers out on the wall for that one attack. Yeah, or research rocks and put a rock on it. I'm not 100% sure which is cheaper, but I'm pretty sure it's that soldier that I've got sitting there. Yeah. I feel like that's the thing to do. I can pretty much fully defend myself if I do that. Doing that, like I said, would give me 2 more patrons. And patrons can be used for lots of things. Could do St. Valentine's Day or St. Valentine's Festival matching. I would still have all of my serfs, I think. Interesting. I don't really, that dog doesn't usually say anything at all, so it's a little strange. And he's a little huffy. Well, let's game this out. Let's see where we are here. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that we build the 4 walls we need. Right? So these guys are all gone. They're all up there. We take one soldier and we stick him out right here to guard against this attack. And we need one over here to guard against this attack because that's an A as well. So that would be here and here. So now our soldiers are done. And everything else I think is handled except for possibly cover. We might want to invest a little in cover there if we can. So then we have 4 food. That covers, I just need to get 1 food to cover the 5th round here. So now we've got our food out here. We just need 1 more food. And I think that is where we would leave it. We'd be done with defense. We would be 1 food away from done there. We have a boatload of serfs and 4 patrons and 3 money. So it might be the thing to do is to go after hearts to try to knock down at least 2 of my discontent. I'm going to probably get a 3rd discontent up there. I know I'm going to get another discontent. So that's possibly 2 discontent. So that means I'm going to be at 6 discontent. That will be 10 victory points I'm going to lose. So I need to try to get, ideally, 4 hearts somehow. And I can. I mean, there's lots of different ways I can do that. We are at level 7 in entertainment. So I could go up to level 8, which would give me yet another serf. Because if we look at, because level 8 of entertainment gives me a loyalty, which gives me an extra serf. And then if we go to level 9, we get another serf. So that would actually be 2 serfs. So I'd be trading 2 patrons for 2 serfs. And why that matters is because then I'd have, if you look at this board, keep going. Ooh, too far. There we go. Okay, so that's good enough for this. So if we look at Llamas festivals, I haven't done any of those yet, but I would have all of them available. And every time you do one, you're drawing, I'll use cards I've already drawn. They're in my discard pile, but just for the sake of argument here. Every time you draw 2 cards for the Llamas Festival, you're looking at the flag colors at the bottom of the card. And then in between those flag colors, wherever you mark them off. So that example was green and yellow. So if I did green and yellow, it would give me another loyalty. If, on the other hand, I drew it and it was green and purple. So like that instead, green, purple, purple, green, right? I would get a heart. And heart is what offsets, it's joy. And joy offsets discontent. So just by spending 1, I'm taking a chance at drawing the right card combinations to get joy. As opposed to later, if I wanted to, I'd have to spend food and money, which I don't have a lot of either, in order to get the possibility of joy, but only if I win the tournament at level 8 and 9. So that's a lot to put on that. The other way to do it is to gamble on the final level 9, trying to get either of these 2, 8 and 10, done to try to get joy here. But I'd only get a shot at one of those, and I'd only be able to do it one time because I've already done the level 7 Michaelmas. So bang for my buck wise, I think it makes more sense to just keep on trotting down this line to see if we can't draw a bunch. Let me see here. I mean, it seems like the thing to do, because what I'd end up doing is that, and then I would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm going to get loyalty at least 1 time in there, statistically speaking. And if I do that, I will end up with 1 more, which I could use to take a swing at the last Michaelmas Festival. I don't have this one yet, but I'll end up with him. So there is a chance that I would end up here. And that's 6 chances to get 4 hearts. And then 1 chance to maybe get a combo in Michaelmas to get another heart. I think that's the thing to do here. And all we're doing is trying to offset. Oh, I'm definitely going to get 1 more also because I'm going to get one from so I'll have 1 chance there. Yeah. I don't know that I'm going to end up with stuff that I don't know what else to do with it, but I might get some tactics to do that last wood. Is there any other reason not to do this? I don't think so. I'm just looking around. If I were to max out one of the other ones right now, it's all just going to give me influence, which, okay, fine, but this is the better route. That's got to be the thing to do. All right, I think we've got it planned out. We're gonna see where we go. We're gonna come back over here first, and we'll do the nitty gritty. We're gonna bump all of our walls to level 3. And we're going to do that by building 4 segments of walls. So that's all those resources right there, all gone. 4 walls, here we go. I forgot to mark off that I took these earlier, so I'll do that now for continuity's sake. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We do have the big crane already built. I did not take the bonuses, but I'm going to do that in a moment. So that means each one of these wall segments is going to bump to level 3. Level 3, level 3, and level 3. Okay, so now we have 3 walls all the way around. Cool. Okay, now back to the bonuses that we gain. We're going to count backwards from 4. We get 1 patron. Okay. 1 patron marked off. So that's 1. We get 1 might. That doesn't give me anything, but it does earn me 9 victory points at the end of the game for completing that column. So that's might. And then we get another patron. Okay. Great. So now we have 4 patrons, a wood, and 3 bucks. We might try St. Valentine's. Oh, we can't try St. Valentine's because we haven't unlocked it. Well, we can unlock a few of them. We might be able to do it once, maybe twice, if we decide to do that. I was planning on unlocking some tactics, though, too. So we'll see how that goes, how we get on there. Let's scoot back over. Okay. Almost there. Just want to get the full board in view. There we go. Okay. So these are 2 patrons that I've had pre-allocated from our earlier situation. So we're going to go levels 8 and 9 at entertainment. So 8 gives us 1 loyalty, which gives us an extra surf. So there's our surf. I'll just put him here. And so I'll take 1 of those away. And that takes care of this. And then we get to do the brew house twice. So we'll do 2 rounds of brew house. We do get our water. That's great. So we get another beer token. I'll put that over there in our supply. And then we also get a barley. So we'll go barley here. Let me mark that off just as a reminder that that's been taken. Okay, so that's 1. And then we get, ooh, that's nice. We get water. We'll do water in a minute. Will we? Yeah. It doesn't really matter which way we go. We'll go this way. There we go. Okay. So that took care of brew house twice. So now we are at level 8. So our last patron in this area, we're going to increase our surf production, which doesn't matter because we're done at the end of this round. We do get another surf though right now. I'll put him here. That's nice. And then we get 1 last go at the brew house. So we did not get what we needed, is the long and short of it. Okay, so what we do get to take them both, which is nice. So if we somehow manage to get another brew house, we're going to be aiming for hops, big time. Okay. I'm a little bit like, what do I do here? Because I only have this many cards left in my deck. So there's a lot of card combos that I have already seen. I wonder what's left in that deck to help me out. But that also means we might be shuffling. Oop, I went to the wrong direction, didn't I? We'll go this way. So that's all right. Okay. All right. So we are now maxed out. We're level 9. We do have access to Michaelmas, level 9. Maybe we just do that, get it out of the way. But I'm not going to worry about it because I might hit my hearts doing Lammas festivals. So we'll see how we go. Lammas Festival level 2. We're going to spend a surf. Lets us draw 2 cards. We got a red and a purple. Now let's be specific here. Red and a purple. Ooh, red and a purple. Right here gives us a heart. Nice. Okay, so we are going to fill in one of our discontent, which we have done. You can't really see it, but that's okay. So now we're doing all right. Now we're going to do Lammas Festival again for the level 3 Lammas Festival. Draw 2 more cards. Green and purple. Is there a green and purple? There is. There's a green and purple heart right here. Nice. It's going to get much harder in a moment. So, okay, so we've negated 2 of the 4 that we said we needed to really make it hurt a lot less. Our third Lammas Festival, this is our last 2 cards, and before I have to shuffle, is a purple and a red again. Now that, I don't think I'm going to get another heart there. Nope. Purple and a red. The only other option I've got is a loyalty. Okay, so we'll take that as a loyalty. That puts us into the 12th column for loyalty. No benefit there. Okay, so let's shuffle. We need to hit 2 more hearts. In order to do that, we need a yellow and a purple, a red and a yellow, or a red and a green. We're going to try to get as much joy racked up as we can here to try to offset the score loss. Okay, last shuffle. Okay. Give him a cut. All right, here we go. This is the level 5 Lammas Festival. Green and a red. I think that was not, oh, it is one of our combos. Green and a red right here gives us our 3rd joy. We're just partying till the sun comes up over here. Okay, let me pull those off. For the record, we are now gunning for red and yellow for the level 7 Lammas Festival. Red, purple. Red, purple is not attainable. We get nothing. Okay, one last shot for our level 9 Lammas Festival. Green, red. I don't think that was a good combo for us. Nope. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, I'm going to mark them all off because we did them all. So now we do need to go do our last Michaelmas Festival. I was hoping we wouldn't have to, but here it is. So we'll take our last level 9 Michaelmas Festival right here. He's now done. Now we're going to see what we got. Those are the wrong cards. There we go. Okay, we got a 4 and we got a 1 again. Are you kidding me? Wow. That is just brutal. No happiness. But it's the food we need, so that we'll just take it again, 4 and a 1, and we'll take the last food that we needed to avoid a discontent. So, okay, we get 1 fewer discontent instead of 1 joy. That's fine, I guess. I still think we're going to end up with 3 discontent, though. So that'll put it at 4, which would be 6 points lost. It would be nice to get the extra joy somehow, but I don't know that there's a way around it. I could gamble with that food that I just got. And try the tournament. The problem with that is that I won't get more food from that. I do have 1 surf, but I would need 2, and I don't know that I'm going to get it. best I can hope for is one swing at the St. Valentine's Festival, which would give me one more surf. But I'd have to hit it. That's just, the odds of that are astronomically low. I don't know what that is, but it seems like it's going to be super low. So I'm not counting on that being an option because it just doesn't seem like it's really going to be enough. Do I gamble? Because I missed that joy. I'm feeling like I shouldn't gamble. I missed the joy really 3 times. But I'm really gambling on 2 victory points. And what do I get for it if I hit it? I'd get a bravery, which is an extra victory point. I would get a loyalty, which is nothing. I would get a knight, which, okay, would help me, but I think I'm covered. I get to draw 2 cards for the thing, which would give me another might, which is also nothing. A soldier if I got it, but then I would get a joy. So like that joy would be helpful, but that joy is just going to offset the 1 discontent for not feeding them. And I can't think of a different way to get another surf right now. Unless, no, that doesn't even help me there either. Because it's at the end. I need to somehow produce food. Well, I have built the large stable. And I do have... Oh, I can do it. I can do it. Because the large stable, the first reward in the large stable is of food. So I can gamble 1 time for the tournament. So why wouldn't I? Let's take our food back. No, let's not take our food back. Let's spend our last remaining surf on this large stable right here. And then we'll get 1 food for doing that. Surf is gone. Food is in. Food is here. So I'll just take that food. I'll take 2 of my $3. $2 and a food for the level 8 tournament. And so those resources are gone. And now, for doing that, I did get the 1 bravery. Ooh, wait a minute. I get an extra surf for that bravery. Oh, that's nice. So, surf comes back. Nice. Okay, so that's this. Then we get 1 loyalty. No help there. Or not loyalty, influence. No help there. We get a knight, which, hey, I can deploy him somewhere, I'm sure. You can also use him for tactics. And then we get to just see if we won. 2 cards, 1 shot at the last tournament of the game. Well, it's a draw. Okay. It's a draw. I might win if we get another draw. Here we go. It's a draw. I win. I win by default. That's hilarious. Okay, well, that is the first win by draw that I have experienced in this game. That's amazing. Okay, I have won, so I get a might. We're now at 10 victory points for the column bonus, which is cool. So that's here. And then we get a soldier. Also not bad. And we get our last joy. So not only did we feed all of our people, but we've offset 4 of our discontent. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just finishing up a rousing game of the Anarchy. And I think we've managed to reinforce ourselves quite nicely. Okay, so we ended up with one more surf, which kind of makes me wonder whether I shouldn't attempt. Could get an extra buck. To what end, though? Is there a value in doing that? Because I think that's all production related. I don't really need the dollar. Because, like, the other thing is I could look to see about producing. No. So I do have, so what you can't see, and you can see right now is that I have, on the other board, is I have 4 patrons, a knight, a soldier, and a serf, and also 1 wood and 2 money. But, so I think I'm going to end up, for at least 2 of the patrons, I think I'm going to end up with tactics. Which, so that I can take care of my tactics end game scoring. It would give me 3 victory points for having 4 tactics unlocked, but then I would also be able to build more different types of defenses. I think I did manage to dig myself out of the hole, though, that I was facing at the start of round 4. Round 4, it was looking bleak, but it's looking better now. Okay. What do I want to do? Let's do the 2 tactics. We know we need to do that. So we'll do that now. You are on the right screen. Okay, great. So we'll do those here and here. Can we do that? We may not be able to. We need to get to level 7. We're at level 6. So we'll put a patron on that. That will put us at level 7. Yeah. Which, hey, gives us another craftsman. Cool. Got that. So now we can do tactics 5 and tactics 7. They both, so that's that. I will take those away and we'll mark off 2 more tactics. Question now is, which tactics? I don't think it matters a whole lot because I'm pretty well covered. So we'll go with, I don't know. Does it really matter? Bolts, interesting. I wish I could use the bolts right now, but oh well. We'll go with rocks and hot oil because we don't have them researched yet. That gives us 2 soldiers, 1 each. So, okay, now we've got a bunch of soldiers. Just for funsies, I could go get some more money. I could just load up my castle with a bunch of guys that I don't even need in order to fend off all these attacks. I'm covered on that. I don't really need the defensive help. So I'm trying to figure out creative ways to reinvest them. I could try the St. Valentine's Festival just to do it. I really need 1 more, like might though. Might's hard to come by. I do have enough. I could build 1 more wall segment and get another might, which would be worth a victory point. I don't quite have enough for 1 more wood from the forest. I'm 1 surf shy for that. Of course I am. But if I can do that, I would get an extra wood. I'd be able to build, again, I still wouldn't quite get out there. Oh, I'd be able to at least build the tower. I could build another tower, which would give me one more might if I could get one more wood somehow. I could invest. Ooh, that's interesting. I could get governance to level 6, which would give me a wood. So, yeah, I like it. Okay, so let's think about that. If we go, yeah, let's go governance with this patron. He's gone, and now we'll go level 6 on governance, which gives us an extra wood. Now let's scoot over here. Just make sure you get enough of the view there. Great. Now, let's now build an extra wall segment, which is these guys. So it's a craftsman and a wood. Off we go. One more wall, and that particular wall segment gives me a might. That unlocks another craftsman, which we now have the wood for. So that takes, let's get the wall built before I forget. So we'll come here, and we know that the wall, this one's going to be a strong attack. So we'll upgrade that to 4. Okay, that takes care of the need to put that soldier out. So we'll bring that soldier back. Okay. Now we're going to build a tower, because the tower earns me another might. So, yeah, we're going to build this tower. We're going to take that might. Now we've just achieved the 12th column, which is cool, and I get to build a tower. So I don't have anything attacking towers. I don't care. It's just about the victory points. So there's our tower. Almost got a complete structure. Not bad. Okay. All right. That was for the tower. So these resources are gone. And we got our last might. Okay, that's cool. So I did that because by doing it that way, I got 2 victory points just for getting these 2 columns completed. Might was my one lagger, so that was another 2 victory points. So I'm either offsetting negative victory points and or gaining additional victory points for everything I'm trying to do this round. Where else can I go to earn victory points? I don't have any bread. If I did, I'd be able to run the tournament one last time. But it's not really going to benefit me because I need 3. I would need 1 loyalty, 1 influence, and 1 might to earn another victory point there. I don't think that's even worth doing. So do I just stick these guys out on the walls and just hope for the best and just not worry about it? Because we do have that siege tower as well to worry about. There's got to be some good reason to do some of this. Training grounds. I never spent any time in training grounds. I should have. I'm now realizing it produces soldiers like pretty regularly. Yeah, well, it's my first game playing, so not surprised that I didn't learn all the details. We do have 1 more. We could go up in 1 loyalty. But that doesn't really get us anywhere. It's all a point, though. Every one of those rows is also a point. So, I mean, Why not? If I do that, I would just put it on worship, which would give me another loyalty, which would give me a point. Or I could put it in Warcraft and give me an influence, which would give me another point. But none of that's going to get me close enough. I need to get to 15 for influence to earn me more victory points, so that's not going to help me. Final bravery, that's also... Ooh, let's get bravery if we can. Can we get bravery? Is there anything that grants me bravery? Yeah, the last tournament, but I don't have the bread. Spies. What does that do? There is something over here in the margins of this other sheet that says green, yellow, red. Green. Why is that green? Flip over equal bravery. I don't know why. Oh, is that because those are players? So if any player flips over a card with a spy, is that what that means? Then you get a bravery? Let's read spies. I need one bravery, and that would be a cheap way because I've never used them, so it's only going to cost me $1. I guess they're always just $1. Huh. That's good to know. Spies. Players may only assist others in this way. Oh, so if you assist somebody else, you get a bravery. But what happens when you're playing solo? Do you not get the ability to get bravery that way? Aw. Man. So you just lose that ability to get bravery. I would do that anyway, just to help somebody, just to get the bravery. But I can't do that? Oh man, I'm going to totally yell at them for that if they don't let me have some ability to do that playing solo. I mean, I know there's this whole solo campaign and all that, but it just seems crappy if... Yeah. I don't have enough money to hire a spy right now anyway. I would need to somehow go get some more money. So maybe it's a moot point. Okay, so is there any other way to get bravery right now? Because that would be ideal. Because that would give me 1 extra victory point just doing that. Hi. How are you? Bravery, bravery, bravery. Nothing? Nothing? I mean, I would wait until the end of combat, but I don't think either of those cards are going to be angry. Extra strong or whatever. Maybe they are. I think you get a hint when they are, but maybe I'm wrong. I would get a bravery then. I could, yeah, I would have to build a catapult, which I don't have the resources to do. Yeah, I don't see a way to do bravery any other way right now. Bravery per, yeah, okay. Well, I might just have to see if one of my one of the rating cards gives me a bravery. It might be the only other option because the only other way is to run the tournament, and I don't have the money or the food. Okay. Well, with that in mind, if that's honestly the case, is there anything I can do to? I guess I could build the moat up. Okay. Yeah, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 soldiers. That would give me 2 wood, a full strength moat, and 1 might. A might would be interesting, but not useful. So I could build the moat up all the way. I could max that out. But that wouldn't give me a bravery. It would just give me a might. And is that really better than just defending? Using them all out there to defend. No, I don't think so. That's a bummer. I could overkill, but I'm not going on the raid because I don't have the food. Well, maybe I don't care. Do I take the hit because I would get 4 bravery? And 2 might. I don't think it matters. Now, I could discard 2. I could discard all of these guys at the end and gain 2 serfs, but I don't think it matters because at the end of the game, you probably don't get scoring for the end game extra serfs you have. Do you? No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay. Hi. So if that's the case, what's the point of discarding them? Let's just go. Let's get it done. And what I'm going to do is just make this easy on myself. I'm just going to scatter them around. So let's take player board. I don't know what else to do with them, and maybe there's a better way to handle them, but I'm just going to scatter these guys around. And we'll put the knight over here on this board right there. And we'll see if we can't, fend off some attacks. I don't know what else to do with them, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, I also have a beer left over. I also have money, so let's double check that there's nothing else to do to spend here. I could get a wood and, well, okay. All right, sorry. I'm going to pull back some of these guys. Pull back 1. No, I'll pull back 2. Okay, I pulled back 2 of my soldiers. I'm going to spend them to upgrade the moat 1 time. That's 2 steps in the moat. So we're going to come here. We're going to get a wood and 1 step in the moat. So now we're up at 5. Done that. We get a wood. And now there was a reason for that because I can get a cover with that wood, but I can also, there was a place, oh, that's right. I could pay money to get a craftsman, which I'm going to do. Which one do I want? I guess we'll just come down here. We'll get a craftsman there. So now I have a craftsman and a wood. So now I can spend that to build what? There was something I was going to build. Nothing I can actually build would give me an extra mite, though, would it? That's a problem. I was thinking I could get another mite with it, but everything I have is either going to give me it'll give me another patron, which won't give me anything. I mean, I guess I could finally try to get the St. Valentine's Day thing done, which I could do, I guess. If I do that. What else could I build that would give me a mite? Or anything else for that matter. I do have an extra patron over here on this other board. So that would maybe help me unlock a building. Like if I went to level 7, I could then build the large keep and get an influence, which would be a victory point. Or I could go to level 8 in Warcraft. But that doesn't really do anything for me other than give me another influence. 3. I can't build the chapel until... So I guess I could go 3, 4 in worship, but that doesn't help me there. I could go that way, but that doesn't help me. I'm just playing the angles. If I can get one more wood, I'd be able to build a catapult, which would earn me a mite. I don't know what good that's going to do me. So, I mean, it's always a point. But I can't do that. There's no place to do that. So I think I think we're going to get a loyalty and a influence. So we're going to do that. We're going to spend this one patron we have left in the worship to get me a loyalty. Okay, done that. And then we're going to spend the craftsman and the wood to build. Let's get the gate built. I think that's a little silly not to build the gate when you have a castle. That earns me a patron, and the gate finally gets built. The gate finally gets built on the board. So now we have almost every piece done except for that one tower. And now we have an extra patron. That patron will come over to Warcraft. And Warcraft level 8 earns me an influence. All we need now is one more might. And that's gone. Is there anything I could do to get a might? I don't think so. With one serf, I don't think I can get a might. I could, if I had 2, I could do it, but because I could finish the moat. But as it stands, I don't know that I can do that. What's the max I can do with one serf? I can get a soldier. I could get $1, which then would let me buy another patron, which would let me get nothing of any real value. That's not true. I could then get the last tactic, which would give me another influence. And how is I going to trigger that? By doing what? By getting the money to buy a patron. Yeah, okay. I see. So we're going to spend our last surf to continue building towards the stables, the large stables, which gives me $1. And I take that coin and I go to anywhere, any one of the spots. It doesn't even matter. Not any one of the spots. I guess either the mercenaries or the allies. We'll go to the mercenaries. And we'll get this patron for the $1. So now we have converted the serf into a patron. And with that patron, we are going to go to Warcraft. Now we'll come over here so you can see the last move, sort of. Okay, so we're going to go to Warcraft. Warcraft, I'm going to spend that patron there to go to level 9 on Warcraft, which gives me an increase in knight production. I finally got on the board there, even though I'm not going to be able to realize it. But that gives me a knight right away. So I'm now level 9 in Warcraft. I take the knight and I put it over here for level 9 tactics. And I get an influence. Level 14 influence, which gives me a craftsman. But more importantly, well, not more importantly, that was the point, but I also get the last tactic unlocked, researched, which earns me another soldier. So that goes away. So now we're back over here, and we have a craftsman and a soldier. And a beer token. I could progress the moat one step. The craftsman, though, I could put on the ramparts to get a muster token, just in case something doesn't go my way up here. I don't think it's going to be that useful, but is there any other reason to keep him around or do something else with him? I don't have wood, so I can't use him to build anything. Yeah, I think that's the thing to do. Okay. So we'll spend the craftsman on a muster token. We finally got one. And they look like this. So that's a muster token, which lets me move a guy around from one quadrant to another during defense. Now have a soldier left over. Maybe I just deploy him for extra security. Because I could progress the moat, but what good would that do? It's not actually going to be valuable to anything. I think that's all I can use him for. So I think I will. I think I'll just put him out on the board. Put him out over here. So I'm going to move the beer token and the muster token up. Now we've got some guys hanging around defending. And we're going to try to get this done. But before we do that, we need to... No, that's right. This is going to stay there. I don't have the trebuchet built, so I couldn't do that raid even if I wanted to. That's okay. I'm happy with my life choices. Maybe I shouldn't be, but I am. All right, so let's take it step by step. Pay food equal to the round. It is round 5. I have 5 food, so we're going to do that. Done. No discontent. Deploy people. I have deployed people. Yeah. I don't know why I have them deployed the way I do, but I have. Okay. Done. Discard all other resources. I have done that. Now we flip over and reveal cards. And that is a level 4 attack. I'm going to lose that one because I don't have enough cover. There's nothing around that I can do. And then this one, oh, and it is, I'm going to get that 15th because I'm going to defend against it. That is a level 5, so it's a 5-point moat defense. That's going to be fended off, and I'm going to earn bravery for that. Outstanding. Okay, awesome. Awesome. They were both strong attacks, as it turns out. So it is what it is. And in fact, on a strong attack for Trebuchet, yeah, so the card's already on the card that way. So that's a level 4. That's a bummer that it's a level 4, but it is what it is. Okay, so we're going to lose 1. That's fine. I figured we were going to lose something. So it's fine. Let's progress it here. So this is a 4-point attack and a 4-point attack against, against a 4-point wall and a 3-point wall and a dude. So the dude is gone. Both are defended. I'll just put them back on their stacks here. Okay. And now we have a 3-point attack against a 3-point wall, so that's defended. A 3-point attack against a 3-point wall, that's defended. And a 3-point attack against a 4-point wall, that's defended. So this is already done. No loss of life. This, I only have 2 cover instead of the required 4, so that is a loss. This is... B is 3, I have 3. C is 3, I have 4. C is 3, and I have 3. That is defended. Trebuchet, 5-point attack, not Trebuchet, 5-point attack against the siege tower. Against my moat, I am a level 5 moat against its level 5 attack. That is defended, and I gain a bravery. That is my 15th bravery, which is something I was gunning for because that gives me 2 victory points for the end of the game for one of my requirements. That is defended. And finally, I have another siege tower, which is an A, and that is defended because I have 5 points and it requires a 4. So both of your siege towers fail. That leaves me with 1 failure. It is a 4 level. So I'm going to end up with 3 loyalty and 1 discontent. Okay, so 3 loyalty gives me 1, 2, 3, which also gives me an influence. Hooray. Doesn't really help me because I need might, but that's okay. 1 more influence and I would have gotten 1 more might, but it is what it is. So that's gone. Now I also I got the discontent for that, and I also got the loyalty. Now up here for the end of the round, this is, he moves forward 1 step, I do not. And so I get 1 discontent. So I'm going to end up with 2 discontent. Not bad at all, as a matter of fact. So with 2 discontent, I'm only losing 2 victory points. That's, I can live with that. Okay, I think adding this up at the end of the game is actually pretty straightforward. I've never done this, but here we go. Okay, end of the game, round 5. Players should use the left sheet. In fact, I'll just put this up here. Players should use the left sheet to calculate the final scores. The player with the highest score is declared the winner. In the case of a tie player, blah, blah, blah. Discontent but the least discontent is the tiebreaker, just in case you're curious. If you're still tied, most leftover workers, which I didn't even bother. I did earn a soldier, if that matters, but if still tied, we share the victory. Okay, scoring example. Okay, looks like we add up the rows. So I am 15 bravery. And we are 16 loyalty. And then we are 15 influence. We made it. Couldn't believe it, but we did. Amazing. And then we are only 12 might. We're going to skip path cards for a moment. What about the columns? Isn't that victory points? Where are those being added up? Where are those being added up? I don't know. That's distressing. Because wouldn't I have scored 12 for that column? Maybe that's a different game type. I'll have to look up where that game type scores those. But I should get 12 for that. Okay, but let's skip that for now. We'll go to path cards. Path card, we'll go first one. Path card is final influence. 15 influence is 2 victory points. I'll just add them here. So it's 2 for that. And then Abbott completed chapel levels. I have only completed 1 chapel, so it is 1 victory point. Bravery is at 15, so that's 2 victory points. Tactician research tactics is, I'm at all 4 research tactics, so 3 victory points. My pen is acting funny. And constructed moat. I'm at level 4, I'm at level 5, so I'm 1 step away from getting the moat done, so it's 2 victory points instead of 3. Not the end of the world. Okay, so it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 10 points from path cards. Okay. And now discontent, I am 2, so -2. All right, so that's 30, 46, 58, 68, 66 points. I got knight. I'm happy with that. If I got knight at the in my very first game, I'm not too bad about that. Knight is 60 to 74. So if I had earned this column bonus, that would be at 78 points, and I would have made Baron. But I don't get why I don't get to add that up. Is that just because of, where's the column benefit? That really bugs me. Maybe that's siege mode? I don't know. Is there a, just gonna skim, see if I can find the siege mode attributes track. Yeah. At the end of the game, each attribute box is worth 1 victory point. Doesn't say it here either. Interesting. It's gotta be. They wouldn't have put it on the sheet if it didn't matter. It's probably part of the solo campaign or something like that. Solo rules. Yeah, okay. Okay. Siege mode, scenario mode, classic mode. That's what I was playing today. This was, by the way, the easy classic mode, if you're keeping score. 26 for siege mode rule changes. Okay, what does siege mode rules changes say? Siege mode. In this mode, there are no enemy castles to attack. Instead, players must resolve the current marching army card at the beginning of the round. And even they don't talk about those flags. Okay, so siege mode just simplifies things. Attacking the castles and whatnot isn't part of the deal. Okay, so that's not it. Let's look at this solo campaign for a moment. This is going to bother me if they don't have no introduction, story, and all that. Let's take the first chapter. Cards are removed. I'm not seeing it. I'm just flipping. I'm not reading. I'm just kind of flipping to see if anybody talks about it. Additional rules. I'm going to have to look that up. I'll probably try to post it in the description of the video on YouTube, and maybe I'll find the answer and you can look it up there. But for the life of me, I have no idea why you'd put these flags down there if you weren't supposed to factor them into scoring. So if I find an answer and it updates my scoring, I will note that in the description of the video on YouTube. So with that momentary confusion aside, let's talk about the Anarchy for just a second. Well, what's to say? It's extremely heavy crunchy, but once you understand where things are, how things are laid out, and how things relate to one another, it flows pretty decently. The $1 million question for me is, do I like this more or less than I like Hadrian's Wall? I like the theme of the Anarchy more. I like the tech tree is interesting. I see why they included the siege mode to make the game a little bit more straightforward. Having not played it, I don't want to pass summary judgment against the game, but I will say that the battle on the sheets, and then having to also generate enough force to go on those raiding expeditions is a lot. It's a lot. And it doesn't seem like, I guess where I'm coming from is there enough fun in it? If you enjoy the tenseness of it, of trying to like really stretch your dollar, so to speak, to get it all done, then yeah, I think that achieves it. I don't think I did too bad having taken down 4 of 5 castles. Oh, no, I didn't actually. I skipped 2. So 3 of 5 castles. I didn't do too bad. But there's just a lot to try to balance, and I feel like I did reasonably well. I think my score reflects that too, which is cool. I did a passable job for my first game. Here's where I'm kind of hedging is, do I want to bring this back to the table? Is this something that I want to play again and again and again and again and again? It's heavy and crunchy enough that makes me pause when I think about that idea. Hadrian's Wall was heavy enough where I want to play it and I keep coming back to it saying, God, do I have the brain power to play Hadrian's Wall again? And that is less complicated than this, I think. I think the mechanics in Hadrian's Wall are more straightforward and clearer than the Anarchy. I haven't streamed Hadrian's Wall, but I think I might now, soon, just to try to get an apples to oranges commentary, a view on both games side by side. I did not dislike my time with the Anarchy at all. I thought it was actually fun. It's a really interesting, crunchy puzzle. I don't mean to be downplaying it. I do think it's a good game. There's a lot in that box, and the solo campaign really rewards you for coming back and trying it again and again, because there's different permutations on the rules. There's adjustments in the cards. So I'm interested enough to keep exploring and at least try these other modes and let that inform how I really feel about the game. I love the theme enough, and the treatment is really clear. So understanding it all makes sense. I am interested enough to try those other modes and see if maybe one of those work better for me. Siege mode, for example, and see if the solo modes do something similar. But as it is right now, I think I'm at a good solid like B- with this game. If I was going to give it a letter grade, I'd give it a B-. Right? It was good. It was slightly above average in terms of its puzzle and its treatment and its art and its approach. I was able to learn it relatively quickly, surprisingly. But I'm left going, that was a slog. That was a lot of work to play this game. And maybe I'm just not, the kind of player that really likes that 4+ weight rating on BGG. And that's been true for me. And this, I think, pushes into that realm where I can understand why somebody might give it that rating. And so for that reason, maybe I'm a little cooler on the game than I otherwise would be. But if this is that kind of game for you, go nuts, because I think you're really going to enjoy it. But the box is small. It'll stay on my shelf for a while. I'll play Hadrian's Wall a couple more times. I'll play this a couple more times, and then I'll probably only keep one of them. And we'll see which one. But that's it for now. It's a kind of a short one, but I wanted to make sure we actually wrapped up the Anarchy and got you an entire end-to-end game experience, for posterity's sake, at least. So thanks again for joining me. And I will see you back again on Sunday for something not heavy. I can say that. But for now, that's it from me. So thanks again for joining me, and we'll see you again on Sunday. Take care.